And a pleasant good evening to you, and welcome inside Schaumburg, Illinois, the host for the next two nights as the Evansville Otters have a quick two-game mini-series here with the Schaumburg Boomers. Again, welcome in this evening. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Otters Baseball here on the Otters Digital Network. Pleased you're joining me for Tuesday night baseball. Interesting series here between these two. This is a Schaumburg team that enters the game with a 14-12 record, but don't let that really tell you what type of team this is. They've had to face some really tough competition, especially here in the last couple weeks, especially this last weekend with a three-game set against the Washington Wild Things, who are currently in a first-place tie with the Evansville Otters. This is a Schaumburg team that's won 4 Frontier League titles just in the last 10 years, the last one coming last year. This was the only team that the Otters had a losing record against last year, actually. But this is a completely different Otters team we're seeing this year. A couple new faces on this team, a lot of shuffling around in the lineup, and there's a couple of pitchers who are really starting to make their names known on this Otters team. We'll see 2 of them this week, 2 that are really starting to get themselves out there, some of the best, not just on this team, but in the entire league. It'll be Parker Brahms tonight, who's a second-year pro, 2-1 overall with a 2.16 ERA, 140 batting average against. He's given up 6 runs on 12 hits in 25 innings of work. He's been really solid all year long. Really fun to see him get a real opportunity against a tough team tonight. He, of course, got his first win against the Empire State Grays way back there in the second week of the season. Took a tough luck loss to Ottawa, but then bounced back with a really solid performance against both the Crushers and Windy City. He gave up just 3 runs on 6 hits in his last 2 games combined. He's been a lot of fun to watch. But first, let's go over what happened in the last time out for the Otters. Of course, that was Sunday night as the Gateway Grizzlies and Otters finished out their 3-game set. And it was the Otters who completed the weekend sweep of Gateway and made the woes of Bossy Field affect Gateway even further, something that's been going on now for well over 5 years to them. The team has really not had their luck there in Evansville. In the third inning, the Otters got the scoring started with an RBI single from Miles Gordon, who was batting in the leadoff spot that night, and he will now for the foreseeable future. More on that in a second. In the fifth inning, Gateway tied the game up at 1 run apiece with an RBI walk by Peter Zimmerman. That was the only run that would be given up by Austin Gossman, who was fresh off the COVID IL list. Came out there and gave up just 1 run, and it was on a walk. Gave up a couple of hits in the game as well, but those didn't come back to haunt him. He was replaced, and the Otters scored 2 more in the bottom of the 6th inning. The first one on a wild pitch, the next one on an RBI single from Steven Sinsley, and then putting the game away in the 8th was Steven Sinsley once again with a 2-run home run. They gave the Otters their 5-1 win and 3-game set sweep over the Gateway Grizzlies. It dropped the Grizzlies under 500, a place that nobody imagined Gateway would be just a few weeks ago when they were leading the entire Frontier League and the West Division. With it, it means that the Otters have now won 4 straight series. All 4 series they have played so far in West Division play, they have earned a win in, and it has put them in a very good place, now sitting at 17-10, tied for first in the West Division. Big news today, by the way, if you missed it on our social medias, Gary Mattis, the Otters second baseman, no longer with the team. His contract was bought out by the Arizona Diamondbacks this morning, and it's 2 Otters being taken to the minor league systems in just a week. Tim Holgrafer, the one last week on Friday, if you missed that. Really exciting to see a couple Otters getting their chance at the next level, and once again proving that this league is just a stepping spot to move to the higher level, and this team in Evansville is the place to get it started with. That's now 85 players who have been sent to affiliated organization after playing for the Evansville Otters. Just like always, we wish the very best to Gary Mattis, and of course I'll do my best to keep you updated with how he's doing there at the next level throughout this year. This is a interesting ballpark here at Wintrust Field inside Schaumburg, Illinois. I was informed when I got here today that this place got hit by a tornado last night. If you happen to be watching on the Flow Sports stream or happen to pull that up at some point tonight, you'll see that the batter's eye out in center field is a little messed up on the left side. That's because of a tornado that came through here last night. There was also a big tent out in right that just got carried away, a half mile or so apparently, that just got lifted up and ran away with. Other than that, the damage is very limited. There was a couple coolers that were kind of scattered around, I guess, this morning. But other than that, they are very lucky that the field was left in very good condition and still a very nice place for a ball game. Place plays pretty deep, 350-ish to both corners, about 370 to the alleyways, and just under 400 to straight dead center field. So a little bit smaller than the field there in Evansville, but the big difference is the backstop area. Man, there is probably 70 feet behind home plate all the way back to their backstop. So if a pitch gets by a catcher in this ballpark, in the words of Bill McEwen, you have to order a taxi to get back to it in time. A ton of room back here behind, but this is a great place, it looks like, to have a ball game. And this is a team in Schaumburg who certainly needs a really successful two-game set to get themselves back on the winning side of things. They've been good at home, 8-4 overall, but it's been the last few games that have really haunted them. They're 3-7 in the month of June, 4-7 versus West Divisional opponents. That's what's really tanked what was a really solid start for this Schaumburg team. Have no fear, though. At least to me, it still seems like Evansville, Washington, Schaumburg, Windy City, and Gateway are the 5 teams that really seem to be fighting for the top, I guess, 3 spots, as those will be the 3 that will get the playoff spots at the end of it. But don't count out this Joliet team, who's gone on a bit of a run. Windy City is really going to need to keep their offense flowing if they want to stay up in that conversation. Gateway's going to have to get something figured out with their pitching, as they have had a couple of really disappointing outings from some of their pitchers. Parker Brahms has thrown his last warm-up pitch out there in the left field bullpen, and he's going through the handshake line with the rest of his pitching staff as they give him the attaboys and good luck out there. He's fresh off that no decision 6 innings of work against Windy City last week. Gave up 2 runs on 3 hits, walked 4, struck out 8. It's the second time this year he's picked up 8 strikeouts. He'll look to keep it going tonight as the Otters and Boomers face off. A couple of interesting notes to look at along the lineups. Obviously, with the loss of Miles or Gary Mattis, it now means that there will have to be someone who takes that helm as the full-time second baseman. And see, that's the real tough part, because there hasn't been someone that's fallen into the groove really well out there at second so far this year. Tonight, it's going to be Andy Armstrong, and I think that's the best choice, at least for right now, as that allows J.R. Davis to stay over there on third. The shortstop will be George Khalil, who is making his return from the COVID IL list. Good to see him back with the squad. Looks good today. Had a good session of batting practice. So he will see what he can do as he returns to the lineup. Zach Biermann over at first, and across the outfield, it's the same as usual. Baez in left, Gordon in center, Mcnamee in right. Phillips is going to be behind the plate tonight. Just a little bit different look. It'll be Phillips behind the plate and Parker Brahms on the mound. Well, they are getting everyone out on the line for the national anthem, so we'll take a break. And on the other side, we've got first pitch between Schaumburg and Evansville right here on the Evansville Otters Digital Network. We've got first pitch coming at you next. Anthem's been sung, and we are ready for baseball in Schaumburg, Illinois. Again, welcome into the Otters Digital Network. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Otterball. Man, it has been a very hot week, both in Evansville and here in Schaumburg. In fact, right now we are sitting at about 97, 98 degrees, just about a record high with the way things are going. It's not really the heat or the temperature that's done it, it's the heat index. The feels like temperature is sitting near 110 this evening as we get set for first pitch. The big thing you're going to notice, though, is once the ball gets out towards the outfield, it is going to just keep going. That flag is basically straight out towards center field. It has not stopped moving since we pulled in this afternoon. The wind might be a huge factor in this game. Let's introduce you to the starting man for the Schaumburg Boomers. It'll be Shunpei Yoshikawa, who enters the game 2-2 with a 6.14 ERA, 257 batting average against. He's given up 20 runs on 28 hits in 29 innings of work. Walked 9, struck out 28. He really needs a solid start to get him back on the right side of things. Started off his season 2-0, but since the turn of the calendar from May to June, 0-2 with an ERA north of 6. So this is a really important outing for him to try to find his way back on the correct side of things. Final pitch out, and we are ready to go with the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Miles Gordon. Miles Gordon taking over in that leadoff spot since this team does not have Gary Mattis any longer. Miles Gordon enters the game batting .316, has really quickly become one of the best hitters on this team, turning things around ever since the Canadian road trip. Looks like we're going to be set for a couple-minute early start here from Schaumburg. Yoshikawa pitching out of the stretch. Miles Gordon digs in on that left side of the batter's box. And the first pitch on its way. Low ball one at 6:33 gets a set for baseball from Schaumburg. Gordon, a couple home runs on the year as well. His most recent, a game-tying home run in the bottom of the ninth with 2 strikes. There last week, Otters came back and won the game in extra innings with a Zach Biermann RBI single. Gordon looking at a 2-0 count after a pitch high and outside. Here comes the 2-0 his way. Fastball inside is ball 3, and Gordon has not seen a strike yet. Zach Biermann, Jeffrey Baez due up next for the Otters. Middle 3 of Phillips, Mcnamee, and Davis. They rounded out with Sinsley, Armstrong, and Khalil. The 3-0 is right down the middle for a called strike 1. Defense playing straight up here at Wintrust Field. The 3-1 to Gordon. He doesn't bite on it, and it stays high and outside for ball 4. That will award Miles Gordon first for free to kick off this game. So now with no outs and a runner on first, Zach Biermann makes his walk to the plate. Not sure if there's a hotter hitter in all of the Frontier League right now than Zach Biermann. He's not a guy right now who's getting hit every time he comes up. Instead, he's a big-time player making big-time plays in big-time situations for the Otters. His first offering just misses outside, ball 1. See, that's the thing about Zach Biermann. He helps decide games. 5 game-winning RBIs this season, and the Otters only have 17 wins. Almost a third of them have been decided by him. He adds on to that with 4 2-out RBIs. He has been a lot of fun to watch, and because of it, he's climbed the ranks of the home run leaders in this league. The 1-0 to Biermann. Cranks it to the right side, through for a base hit. Gordon starts to round second. He'll stay there. Back-to-back men get on for the Otters to kick this one off. Exactly the way you drew it up. Gordon on second, Biermann at first, and here comes the big hitting left fielder Jeffrey Baez, who finally picked up a home run to break a little bit of a cold spell for him earlier this week. Baez is another one trying to work his way up the batting average list. Has finally got himself up to 256. First offering to Baez, he shows bunts, lets it go by for a called ball one on the inside edge. Biermann having some friendly conversation with the first baseman, Otto, over there. The 1-0 to Baez, works outside and maybe a bit low as well with the fastball. 2-0 the count to Jeffrey Baez. So on the season thus far, Baez is sitting with just 5 extra base hits, 3 doubles, 2 home runs. He's got 13 RBIs. He's got a chance to add to it here. 2-0 the count to Baez. Sends it to the left side, through for a base hit. Gordon's going to stay put at third, and the bases are loaded with no outs for the Otters. Absolutely the way you needed to start this game off against a dangerous Schaumburg team. Now you've got to bring runs across. You cannot leave these runners out there. Must make a pitcher pay for a poor first inning. Baez at first, Biermann at second, Gordon at third, and Dakota Phillips heads to the plate, the cleanup hitter with a huge RBI chance. No outs, bases loaded. The first offering to him. Works outside for ball one on the off speed. Phillips enters our game with a .333 batting average, though he has struggled in the recent games, trying to find his way back, working up the order as opposed to down. The 1-0 to Phillips. Works inside on the fastball, and it's a 2-0 count to the catcher Phillips. Phillips gets the nod to play catcher tonight. Interested to see what him and Parker Brahms can do there on the mound. But first, the Otters have a big chance on offense. The 2-0 to Phillips. Right down Main Street. Called strike one. You know, Dakota Phillips would not need to get too much on a ball to get it out of this ballpark with the way this wind is wisping out towards center, maybe left center field. Yoshikawa sends home the 2-1. Swinging strike two for Phillips. He might have got a piece of it. Regardless, it doesn't matter. The count's at 2-2. This is an important at-bat for Phillips to get himself back on the right side of things. He has seemed to have games where just lots of strikeouts. The 2-2 works outside, way outside actually. And the count is full for Mr. Phillips. Due up after Phillips is Elijah Mcnamee and J.R. Davis. Big hit Mac, not a guy you want to see either at the plate. He's had a really successful last few games. The full count pitch to Phillips. Swinging strike three. And Yoshikawa picks up his first out of this game. And that will bring up the man himself, Big Hit Mac, who has reached base in 20 straight games and has 4 straight multi-hit games. In fact, he's done all this so consistently, he now leads the team in batting average at a .338 average. First chance for him, and he sends it foul, high, and out of play for strike one. The defense continues to play pretty much straight up. The outfield is directly straight up. Looks like the infield's asking for a double play ball. 0-1 towards Mcnamee. Drilled down the left field line, but just a hair foul. They've got grass berms in both, or down both the right and left field lines, and they are just littered with kids going after foul balls and such. 0-2. The count to Mcnamee. Pitch on the way for him. Ooh, works high inside. He had to dive out of the way of that one. Count at 1-2 towards big hit Mac, who is trying to bring in the game's first run. Shunpei Yoshikawa readies on the mound and fires home on the 1-2. Oh, works way inside. I think it hit him. Yes, it did. Elijah Mcnamee has just given the Otters their first run on a hit by pitch. That'll bring Gordon home, Biermann to third, Baez to second, as Mcnamee reaches on the hit by pitch. And that'll bring up the third baseman, J.R. Davis, just as dangerous a threat. Mcnamee gets an RBI there because of it as well. Looks like the outfield is moving just a tad to the right side. Defense stays straight up. First offering to J.R. Davis. He lets it go for ball one, just a tad high on the off speed. Attendance looks pretty good tonight, especially for a Tuesday night. We're just here outside of Chicago, Illinois, in the suburb area of Schaumburg. The 1-0 to J.R. Davis. Oh, that works high and inside. He had to dive out of the way of that one. Back-to-back batters have taken pitches high and inside. And both of them, when they came back to the plate, were inched just a tad bit backwards. 2-0 the count to J.R. Davis. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Yoshikawa just barely sneaks one in the high inside corner for strike one. The off speed just barely caught it. Mcnamee at first, Baez at second, Zach Biermann at third. J.R. Davis looking at a 2-1 count. Hits it hard and foul right back up over the seating area here. And the count evens. Two balls, two strikes to J.R. Davis, 1 out and the bases loaded. Yoshikawa desperately needs an out here. Here comes the 2-2 to Davis. Sends it out into left field. A run's going to score. Only one, however, but it's an RBI single from J.R. Davis, and the lead hits 2 early in this one. Absolutely what the Otters wanted to do to start off this game. Snag a couple of runs. And they do it on back-to-back batters. And now the fourth straight batter will see the bases loaded with less than 2 outs. It's the DH Steven Sinsley who makes his way up. Sinsley batting .260 after what was a bit of a rough week before Sunday's finale against Gateway. He was coming back off the COVID IL list. His first offering just catches the elbow edge of the strike zone for a called strike one. Davis at first, Mcnamee at second, Baez at third. Otters trying to score some more. 0-1 for Sinsley, keeps itself outside on the off speed. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Wind shifting back and forth and back and forth. Sometimes it's going straight out to center, sometimes straight out to left. Regardless, it's pushing that ball out to the left and center area. The 1-1 to Sinsley. Keeps way high and outside on the off speed. And Yoshikawa will take some time to readjust things on the mound. Already a decent sized divot from where he's been landing. Two won the count to Steven Sinsley. He takes one on the low inside corner. Fastball sneaks in there. It's now a 2-2 count. Sinsley trying to keep himself alive in a really big at-bat for him. Yoshikawa has his sign. He's ready to go on the 2-2. Keeps itself outside, but not by too much. And the count is now full for Steven Sinsley. The bases also full for Steven Sinsley. Yoshikawa with a glance over towards third. Here comes the payoff pitch. It stays low. Steven Sinsley going to walk to first and earn an RBI. Back-to-back scores for the Otter, and they lead 3-0 in the early stages of this one. Not having to do it very flashy, but they're just getting it done, and that's going to cause a meeting up there on the mound from pitching coach Dylan Stutzman. So the Otters lead by 3, and we're still in the top of the first inning. Let's run you through how it all happened. The Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Miles Gordon, reached on a walk. That was followed by a Zach Biermann single and a Jeffrey Baez single that loaded the bases. Then after a strikeout to Phillips, Mcnamee was hit by a pitch and brought in a run. Davis had an RBI single, and now Steven Sinsley has walked in a run. That'll bring up the 8-hole hitter, second baseman Andy Armstrong. And I won't lie to you, I would not be surprised if he laid down a bunt here. First pitch is called strike one on the inside corner. Now I don't think he will bunt. He is probably the team's most prolific bunter. Can leave it really short on both the left and right sides of that foul lines. Looking at the 0-1 now. Pitch stays way low. Good save from Grant Parks behind the plate. If a ball gets past the catcher here, it is at least one run. It is a long way back there. 1-1 the count to Andy Armstrong. Clips something forward, but it gets itself fouled just barely. But now he's going to have to approach a little bit more defensive. One ball, two strikes here to the 8-hole hitter Andy Armstrong, still in the first inning of this one. Otters lead by 3. 1 out, bases loaded. Yoshikawa, ready to throw the pitch, and the second he started his motion, time was called. One, two, the count to Andy Armstrong. 1 out, bases loaded. Pitch on the way. Inside, count evens at 2-2. Mcnamee at third. Davis at second. Steven Sinsley at first. And Andy Armstrong's trying to bring some of them in. Otters already holding a lead in this game. Yoshikawa sends home the 2-2. Curveball stays way high. Man, he's got a big difference in some of these pitches. 68 on his curveball, and he has recorded a 90 on this fastball. Good difference in speeds. So Yoshikawa will try again, this time on the 3-2. Armstrong does a nice job to foul it back into the netting behind home plate. Count remains at full. Good work from Andy McCauley's guys to start off this game. Already leading by a couple of runs. Yoshikawa has to step off and regroup. Full count to Andy Armstrong. 1 out, bases loaded. The pitch is on the way to him. Right back up the middle, played by the shortstop to second for 1, to first. Oh my, what a defensive play from the first baseman, Oda. Goes out in a full splits to bring in the second out of the double play. Otters lead by 3, but a double play ends the inning before they can do any more damage. We head to the bottom half of the first inning. Otters up by a trio. Ready to go in the bottom of the first inning as Parker Brahms heads to the mound for the Otters. Brahms on the mound, Phillips behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Parker Brahms enters the game with a 2-1 record, 2.16 ERA, a 140 batting average against. He has been a hard guy to crack. First pitch, called strike 1 on the outside edge with the fastball. He's given up just 6 runs in 4 starts. The 6 runs are on 12 hits and 25 innings of work. The 0-1 sent sky high out towards center field. Gordon will just move a few feet to his right side and haul it in for out number 1. So Alec Craig, who had hit 2 leadoff home runs this year, will not do it tonight. And now the designated hitter, Chase Dawson, heads to the plate. Dawson, the designated hitter, entering this game with a 238 batting average. His first chance, outside ball 1. Dawson has struggled a little bit with the strikeout, 14 of them so far this year, but he has bounced back well with 10 walks to go alongside it. First strike thrown by Brahms evens the count at 1-1 in this one. Defense shifted just a tad bit to their left side. The 1-1 popped up towards center, and once again, Miles Gordon will make a run towards it and haul it in for the second out. Miles Gordon bringing in both thus far. Let's walk you through what the defensive alignment looks like for the Otters. Baez in left, Gordon in center, Elijah Mcnamee in right. Across the infield, J.R. Davis at third, George Khalil at shortstop, Andy Armstrong at second, and Zach Biermann at first. And of course, Phillips is behind the plate. First offering to William Salas. Stays inside. Ball 1 on the fastball from Brahms. Salas playing third base. Batting .268 on the year. The chance on the 1-0. He lifts this high out towards center field. Gordon retreats back 2 or 3 steps and then just stays there and waits for out number 3. All 3 outs made by Miles Gordon out there in center field. Very quick half inning for Parker Brahms, and we head to the second inning. Otters lead by 3. Top of the second inning coming at you here on the Otters Digital Network. Otters lead by 3 after an impressive top of the first, trying to get after Schaumburg Yoshikawa early. He'll head back out to the mound, and he'll kick it off against the 9-hole hitter, George Khalil, who is fresh off the COVID IL list today. Good to see him back with the guys today. Had a good hitting cycle during batting practice. He says he feels much better today as he had a lot of the rest of the week. He's ready for his first at-bat in over a week's time. First offering stays just a bit to the outside edge on the fastball for ball 1. Khalil batting .250 on the season, hit his first professional home run against Gateway on the road a couple weeks ago. Takes a called strike 1 that evens his count at a ball and a strike. 8 Otters saw the plate in the first inning, which means Miles Gordon will kick us off after George Khalil with the second round through the lineup. Swinging strike 2 by Khalil has him down on the count 1-2. Getting fooled on the breaking ball there. And this is a really important pitch for him now. Has to stay disciplined in there. The 1-2 to Khalil, way up high. Count evens at 2-2 after the fastball. Kind of looked like they tried to pull the string a little and were unable to with the off-speed pitch that had some good movement to it. The 2-2 to Khalil. That one works inside. Did they say it hit him? They did. Got him in the elbow, and he'll head to first for free. That'll bring up the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Miles Gordon. He walked in the first inning, came around to score. Schaumburg Yoshikawa decided to bypass the Nippon Professional Baseball League in Japan to sign with the Diamondbacks out of the Industrial League, which is an independent league kind of like this there in Japan. He was just the second pitcher in Japan to do so. behind Junichi Suzawa, who, of course, was there with the Red Sox. He's been given a ton of support runs from his offense, but hasn't got to do a ton with it. 0-1 to Gordon, sent out towards right field. It drops for a base hit. A ball that probably could have been charged by Hardy, but he let it fall for a base hit. And for the second straight inning, the Otters have back-to-back men on base. That'll bring up the first baseman, Zach Biermann. One of, if not the, hottest hitter in the Frontier League. This is a big situation for him to potentially add to the run total for the Otters. They already lead 3-0 here in the second inning. First offering to Biermann. He gets under one. Sends it out foul to the left side. Long run for DeBoneville, and he's underneath it in a shallow left field near the warning track, or near the foul line and the warning track meet over there. And Biermann will sit down with the flyout. It brings up the left fielder, Jeffrey Baez, with one out and runners on first and second. He singled his last time up, which loaded the bases, and then he came around to score on the RBI walk from Steven Sinsley. Shunpai Yoshikawa has his sign. A glance out towards second. Here comes the first offering to Baez, who takes it at thigh high, probably, for strike one, just a bit over the knees with the fastball. So the count looks at 0-1. Quickly, the pitch on the way. That one, a off-speed breaking ball that just kept breaking towards the low outside corner. Good on Baez not to swing at that. That's a pitch he usually likes. So the count evens at a ball and a strike with one out. Runners on first and second for Evansville. They lead by 3. Baez bends the knees a bit and watches that one go by. He was sitting on a fastball and he got the off speed instead. And he's down in the count 1-2 after the called strike 2. So now Baez has to be very defensive. Can't chase those balls low and away, which I'm sure Yoshikawa would want to throw here. The 1-2, high inside, and it catches Baez. And the bases are loaded after the third hit by pitch of the day for Yoshikawa. So a time for redemption for his second time in the game. How often can you say this in the second inning? For the second time in the game, Dakota Phillips heads to the plate with the bases loaded in front of him and less than 2 outs. He struck out in the first inning. Absolutely needs to redeem himself here and give the Otters a couple more runs. Khalil at third. Gordon at second. Baez at first. First offering to Phillips of this at-bat. Lifts it out towards left field. It chops down in for a base hit. Rounding third's going to be Gordon. There's going to be a play at the plate. Not in time. Otters score 2 on the RBI single from Dakota Phillips, and the lead hits 5. Gotta love to see Andy McCauley have faith in his runners. Gordon got a great jump out there at second once that ball landed and able to beat the throw home. 5-0 Otters in the second inning. So that leaves Baez at second, Phillips at first, as Big Hit Mac, the Mississippi State man, Elijah Mcnamee, heads to the plate. Had an RBI hit by pitch in the first inning. His first chance in this at-bat, elbow letter high off-speed pitch for a called strike 1. Yoshikawa struggling in this game. Here comes the 0-1. Mcnamee lays off it, and it stays underneath the knees for ball 1. Maybe it was outside as a little bit as well. Regardless, the count's even at 1-1. Long wait between pitches for Shunpei Yoshikawa. Now he sends it home, and this one catches the low outside corner. Almost the same place that last pitch was. Mcnamee doesn't love the call, but he'll have to live with it. Looking at a 1-2 count now with 1 out and runners on first and second. The 1-2 to Elijah Mcnamee. Good, solid contact, but it lands on the berm in left field, and all of the kids go zooming after it. Had a dog pile of probably 8 or 10 kids jump on that foul ball. That's a good souvenir, too. One of the biggest college baseball sensations, Elijah Mcnamee, had his big 3-run home run in that super regional game for Mississippi State. We just celebrated the 3-year anniversary of that last weekend. The 1-2 for Mcnamee. Swinging strike 3, and he will sit down with the K. Second strikeout of the day for Yoshikawa. We stay consistent with runners on first and second. But this time it's a third baseman, J.R. Davis, who steps in. Already has an RBI single in this game. He could make it 2 with something solid here. Although Baez would really have to be on his high horse to get home. We know he's quick, but he'd have to be really quick to make it home. First pitch to Davis, falls in for a called strike 1. Breaking ball there. Shunpei Yoshikawa waits for his sign, glances out towards second base, and here comes the 0-1 to Davis. Tip strike 2, tipped it back into the catcher's glove, and Davis is behind the count 0-2. Yoshikawa 1 strike away from potentially getting himself out of the inning. This is one of the biggest pitches probably of this entire series. Of course, we have no idea what could happen later in this game or tomorrow. The 0-2 to Davis. Curveball just misses right at the letters on the inside edge. Baez with a smallish lead there at second. Phillips has a good lead at first. J.R. Davis ready for the 1-2. Pitch goes into the opposite batter's box. The fastball got away from Yoshikawa, and the count evens at 2-2 with 2 outs and 2 on. 2 have scored for the Otters this inning. Baez asking for a sign from McCauley, and I think both runners are going to be in motion. The 2-2 stays low and outside. The runners were not in motion, but they surely will be now on the full count pitch. Big chance here. You'll have both runners in motion. If Davis can lay something down on the outfield, he might be able to score Phillips from first. Full count pitch to J.R. Davis. On the way. Oh, swinging strike 3 on a pitch that went high and inside on him. He tried to check it, did not in time, and the Otters strand 2 this inning. But again, they put 2 runs across, both on the 2 RBI single from Dakota Phillips. Otters lead by 5 as we head to the bottom of the second inning here on the Otters Digital Network. Ready for the bottom of the second inning. Otters have extended their lead out to 5 after an inning and a half. They score 3 in the first, 2 in the second. And Parker Brahms will start this half inning off with the 4, 5, 6 hitters of Botcher, Hardy, and Milazzo. Brahms ready to go with his first chance. Ooh, beautiful pitch. The curveball went low towards the dirt, caused a swinging strike one on Matt Botcher. The 0-1 from Brahms. This one is sent out into right field and down for a base hit. So the Boomers are going to lead off this half inning with a single to right field from Matt Botcher. And now the right fielder Clint Hardy makes his way to the plate. Hardy is batting .275 on the season. 8 extra base hits for him, 5 doubles, 2 triples, and a home run. Matt Botcher over there on first. He was the team's leading average man coming into the game with a .420 average. He's 5 of 6 in stolen bases over there at first, so got to keep an eye on him. Hardy takes the ball inside for ball 1. A little bit of a wait, and here comes the 1-0. Stays a bit inside again towards Hardy. Hardy trying to stay patient and give Schaumburg an opportunity to strike back a little bit. The 2-0 to Hardy. That one catches the inside edge, though, on that off speed, maybe really slow changeup from Brahms. 75, 76 mile an hour every time. Ball is clipped high, foul, and out of play to even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Clint Hardy, out of Evans, Georgia, has played just about everywhere, it seems. Good power hitter as well. The 2-2, and it's fouled back into the glove or just over the glove of Phillips. It dropped out of there during the play. Botcher was in motion, but he didn't get his jump till after the foul ball. So even if it hadn't been a foul ball, he probably would have been taken care of out there. So it's still a 2-2 count to Clint Hardy with Matt Botcher over there on first. The 2-2 is skied high out towards right center field. And Gordon glides back and makes the catch to retire Hardy and send Botcher back to first. It'll bring up the center fielder Brett Milazzo. Brett Milazzo enters the game with the second best average on the team at a .306. Currently only 2 Boomers over a .300 average. They play him to pull right. They're going to go check on the runner. Ooh, really close throw for Parker Brahms. But lo and behold, Matt Botcher back in time. Brett Milazzo hails from Huntley, Illinois. Was an all-conference wrestler in high school. His first chance in this at-bat just misses above the elbows, maybe letter high for ball 1. Last year, Brett Milazzo stole the 4th most bases in single-season team history. So you don't want to give him an opportunity to run the bases. Ball was up high, but they're going to call a balk on Parker Brahms on a throw that went home. He calls a balk, so the high pitch will not count, and instead Matt Botcher will head to second. That was a surprising one. He made the motion towards home because he threw home. But regardless, the count's at 1-0. That one is a curveball that catches the zone for strike one and evens the count at a ball and a strike as Milazzo is showing bunt. The 1-1 to Brett Milazzo. Fouls it back into the netting. That's a big strike for Parker Brahms to pick up as he now leads the count 1-2. The 1-2 sent foul again into the netting above the Otters bullpen or dugout, on the left side. And we'll have to do it all again. Good battle right here between Brett Milazzo and Parker Brahms. One out, runner on second for Schaumburg. Here comes the 1-2. Misses high outside, and Brahms slips as he plants on the mound. We saw Yoshikawa have some issues up there with the ground not being super level and having a bit of a divot already in it. Now Brahms has fallen into it. Count at 2-2 for Brett Milazzo. And the next one stays way low on the fastball. And the count's at full. Parker Brahms needs an out to kind of keep things all cool and even at this point. It's sent foul and high and out of play to the left side. Ends up in the fifth row of seats just past the dugout on the left side. And Brett Milazzo will continue to look at a 3-2 count. Long at bat here. Still waiting on the full count pitch. This one's sent out towards right center field. Long run, and Gordon picks it up after it's dropped. They'll send a runner home. There will not be a play, and it's an RBI single from Brett Milazzo, a hard-earned single for him in that at-bat. That brings home Botcher from second. Had the balk not happened, he wouldn't have scored. I'm sure Brahms will be wondering about that. But the Otters still do hold a 4-run lead. As the catcher Blake Grant Parks heads into the box. They're going to go check on the runner at first, but Milazzo's back in time. He's the one you got to keep an eye on the base paths. As for Blake Grant Parks, he's batting .204 this season. Run out to second in time. Another stolen base for Brent Milazzo. That's good for his 10th of the year. And just like that, the Boomers have another man in scoring position. The 1-0 just catches the low edge and evens the count at 1-1 towards Blake Grant Parks. The 1-1 catches the low edge of the zone yet again. And it's a 1-2 count to Blake Grant Parks. The 1-2 counts. Curveball misses high and inside, and the count evens at 2-2. Blake Grant Parks was drafted 2 separate times by the Tampa Bay Rays in the 28th round in 2011 out of high school, and then again in 2014 in the 39th round, that time out of college. Ended up reaching AAA with the Rangers in 2021, playing a couple games with the Round Rock Express. He plays catcher, outfield, first base, third base, and pitcher. In fact, he had a start on the mounds in AAA at one point. He's catching tonight, however, and he's looking at a full count pitch with 1 out. Fouls it back into Phillips. It looks like it went off the inside of the leg of Phillips. Count stays full. There's still 1 out and still a runner on second. This is a must get out for Parker Brahms. Keep his team's lead at 4. Keep the runner there at second. Home plate umpire calls for time to get a towel as wants to wipe some sweat off. It is brutally hot out here. In the high 90s with a feels like temperature of about 110. There's a little breeze if you're out in the outfield, though. Brahms ready on the full count pitch to Blake Grant Parks. Swinging strike 3, a big German-American bank strikeout for Parker Brahms, his first of the day. Bring up the first baseman, Nick Odo, who's batting just 190 through 22 games this season. Just 11 hits and almost 60 at-bats. The lefty steps to the plate. The righty Brahms, the glance out towards second, and the first pitch to Odo, called strike 1, right down the middle. Lots going on throughout the Frontier League tonight. Here are the next couple of pitchers and batters. We'll walk you through the Frontier League Fox Sports WYFX scoreboard. But first, an 0-1 to Nick Odo. But he steps off and throws out to second, or at least fakes a throw to second. Still looking at an 0-1 count. Pretty good size lead out there at second for Brett Milazzo. He's taking off. The 0-1 stays high and foul and gets out of play. But Milazzo was taking off towards third. Give you one score in the bottom of the 6th inning. Trois-Rivières leading Ottawa 7-3. That would be a huge win for the Eagles. New Jersey leading Tri-City 5-3 in the 5th. That's another game that would be a huge upset. The 0-2 to Odo. Swinging strike 3. Back-to-back German-American bank strikeouts get Parker Brahms out of the inning, but not before the Boomers score their first run in the game on an RBI single from Brett Milazzo. It's 5-1 Otters as we head to the 3rd inning on the Otters Digital Network. Pitching change needed here for Schaumburg in the top of the third inning. They're going to ask Aaron Glickstein to come in out of the pen. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Glickstein on the mound. Grant Parks behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. First chance to Steven Sinsley. Big swing on a tipped ball. Strike one. Aaron Glickstein made his professional debut in 2021 as part of the Lake Erie Crushers. Pitched 31 times, even had 6 starts. He's a relief man this year for the Boomers. Ball hit sharply towards the second baseman, Botcher, who makes a pretty easy play over to first in time to retire Steven Sinsley. And it's the first time that the Otters have not been able to get the leadoff man on. So that'll take us to the 8-hole hitter, Andy Armstrong, who grounded into a double play his first time up. He is the only Otter who has not reached base safely yet. We're in the third inning. Glickstein up there on the mound. He pitched collegiately at Stony Brook University. He played for Stony Brook that year in 2019 when they played against LSU in the Baton Rouge Regional. Threw 4 scoreless innings in that game, actually. The 0-1 stays just on the inside edge for a called strike 2, and now Andy Armstrong is going to have to do something with an 0-2 count and an out and nobody on. Has to be smart. Let's try again. This time on the 0-2. Way up high on the fastball. 92. Fastest pitch I think we might have seen from any of the 3 pitchers so far today. The 1-2 to Armstrong. Half swings. Did he go? No, he didn't. And yes, he did. So the count evens up at 2. No, he didn't. Man, they had to go back and forth 3 or 4 times. Finally said no, he did not. So the count's at 2-2. Next pitch is fouled back into the netting. Count remains at 2-2 for Andy Armstrong. The 2-2, Armstrong bounces it down the left field line. Just a tad bit foul. So Armstrong has to make the long walk back just to do it all again. Armstrong in a tough situation right here with 2 strikes, obviously can't bunt, and often the defense is playing pretty far back, so it'd be hard for him to bloop one out into the outfield. 2-2 for him. Misses outside edge, and the count's at full, so he's going to try to get it done with the walk potentially. Trying it on the 3-2. Stays a bit low, and it's a called strike 3 against Andy Armstrong. He doesn't like the call. It won't matter. So it's the first strikeout of the game for Glickstein. 4th of the day for the Boomers pitching staff. That will bring up the shortstop, George Khalil. He was hit by a pitch his first time up. Came around to score. First offering to him. Stays low and a bit outside. Ball 1. The 1-0 to Khalil. Put into left field, down for a base hit. Solid contact from the shortstop, Khalil. He's got himself a base hit. Good for Khalil. We head to the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Miles Gordon, who's reached both times, scored both times, once on a walk, once on a single. Gordon is playing in game 362 of his career. Fouls one up towards the seating area, and it'll fall in the fans area. Free souvenir there. So the count falls to 0-1 for Miles Gordon. Gordon is just a couple RBIs shy from 150 in his career. Long professional career for Gordon. Right alongside some of the guys like Sinsley, Davis, Biermann, or Baez. 0-1 for Gordon. Lays it off, and it's basically right down the middle. So he's down 0-2 in the count with 2 outs and a runner on first. Gordon digs back in. Defense playing pretty much straight up. The 0-2. A foul tips it over to the left side, and it was a foul tip, but it ended up in one of the suites up here on the top level. But the count's still at 0-2 for Miles Gordon. Swinging strike three, way out in front of that was Miles Gordon. And the Otters strand a runner. But after 2.5, it's Otters 5, Boomers 1 here on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the third here, Otters strand their first runner of the game, but have recorded a hit in at least every inning thus far. And we head to the bottom half of the third, where due up will be the 9-hole hitter, left fielder Thomas DeBonville. DeBonville this year batting .280. Big right-handed hitter. First pitch misses on the outside low corner for ball one. Trying again is Brahms. This time he goes high inside with the off speed and catches it for strike one, evening the counts. Another pitch. This time works towards the low outside corner. Right back with it was Brahms and able to catch the zone with the off speed yet again. Wonder if we'll see the fastball used here now. The 1-2. Fastball, yes indeed, but it's fouled back into the netting. So the count remain at 1-2 for Thomas de Bonneville. The 1-2. And this one is fouled up and will get out of play on the first base side. So the count remains at 1-2 for de Bonneville. A couple other scores for you around the Frontier League. New York with a 1-0 lead over Quebec. Another game that would be quite the surprise. And it just updated. Quebec now leads 4-1 in that game over New York. Apologies there. 2-2 the count to de Bonneville after Brahms misses on the inside edge. Big pitch here on a 2-2 to kick off the inning with an out potentially. Oh man, great pitch on the outside edge. Must have missed a little high or low that I couldn't see from my seat. So the count's at full for Thomas de Bonneville, the 9-hole hitter and leadoff man for this third inning. Here comes the 3-2. Curveball skied high towards shallow left field. Khalil drops back and brings it in for out number 1. With that, we head to the 1-hole hitter, shortstop Alec Craig. And even though the average for him is sitting down at 221, you can't discount this guy. The reason his average is so low, the strikeouts. He's got 20, that leads the team. But he's also got 29 walks this season. 29. By far the most on the team. First pitch to Craig. Shows bunt for a second. Kind of runs through it a little bit, showing drag, and it was outside. 4-1. The 1-0 towards Craig. Curveball. Catches the low inside corner. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. After that called strike. 1-1 strike to Alec Craig. Just missing on the high outside corner was Parker Brahms. That's a really close pitch. Brahms has pitched out of the stretch regardless today. The 2-1 works inside again. The count's 3-1 to Alec Craig. Couple more scores for you. Sussex County leads Empire State 4-2 in the 4th inning. Joliet up 7-2 on Washington in the 3rd inning. When will this hot streak for the Slammers end? The 3-1 to Craig. Gets too far underneath this one and sends it out towards shallow right. Armstrong says he has it, and he does for out number 2. That'll bring the designated hitter, Chase Dawson, who flew out to center his first time up. Let's finish up these Frontier League Fox Sports WIFX Frontier League scoreboard. Florence leads Gateway 2-1 in the 3rd inning. Windy City up 2-0 over Lake Erie in the 2nd inning. So a lot of head scratcher scores so far in the league. First offering for Dawson is a called strike 1 on the inside edge with the fastball from Brahms. Good to see Brahms working in all of his pitches early in this game. The 0-1 for him. Curveball misses low outside, but not by too much. Count evens at 1-1. Brahms with a glance out towards third, and here comes the 1-1. Accidentally sent foul to the right side, and potentially down to the last strike in the half inning are the Boomers. 1-2 count, 2 outs, no one on. Otters lead by 4 in this game. Brahms trying to end the inning. The 1-2. Misses low inside. Good challenging pitch to the left-handed hitter of Chase Dawson, but he doesn't bite. Try it all again, this time on the 2-2. Sent on a line out towards right field, down in front of Mcnamee for a base hit. A 2-out single for Chase Dawson is going to give William Salas a chance. Salas also flew out to center his first time up. Salas not going to wow you with as much powerful hitting. Can do it here and there, has a couple triples and a couple of homers this year. But because of all that, he does strike out quite a bit. First offering of this at bat for Salas, but first they're going to throw over to first. A very close play on the runner of Dawson. They say he's back in time. Biermann checks with the umpire saying, "You sure?" Gets confirmation though. Maybe now we'll see the first pitch to Salas. We will. Called strike one on the high inside corner with the 90-mile-an-hour fastball from Brahms. 1-2 the count. Let's see if he goes back over there to first. Big lead. They go over to first, and just back in time is Dawson. I think he might have jammed a finger going back into the base, too. But regardless, the count stays at 0-1 towards William Salas. Pitch is headed home. Misses high outside. The throw out to first. Is it in time? No. Very close. Good throw by Phillips behind the plate. Counts at 1-1, and Chase Dawson will remain over there on first. Lead might get a little shorter now, though. 1-1 the count to William Salas. Brahms fires back over to first. Had that pitch stayed out of the dirt, it surely would have got him that time, but Biermann had to kind of dig it out. And now the crowd is stating their displeasantries with the throwovers. 1-1 still the count to Salas. It's headed home, fouled back into the netting, and Brahms is ahead in the count. A 1-2 count with 2 outs and a runner on first here in the bottom half of the third inning. Otters lead by 4. Brahms with a quick glance. The 1-2. Swinging strike 3, and Brahms picks up his third German-American Bank strikeout of the game. We head to the 4th inning. Otters still lead by 4 on the Otters Digital Network. To the 4th inning we go. Otters lead by 4. And it's the heart of the order due up. Zach Biermann, Jeffrey Baez, and Dakota Phillips. All 3 already have base hits in the game. Not bad to be working through the lineup for the 3rd time in just the 4th inning. First offering to Biermann, just a tad bit outside ball 1. He got lucky with that count. The 1-0, quick pitch stays outside, 2-0 the count. This is the first time that Biermann and Glickstein are facing each other in the game. 2-0, another miss to the outside edge. Glickstein's really trying to catch that high outside corner, but he's missed every time. The 3-0, right down Main Street. Good work on Biermann to not swing at that. That did stay a little bit high. Why swing at it? The 3-1. This one just tags the zone knee high. Biermann has a big smile and laugh afterwards as he didn't think so. And the count's full to Zach Biermann. Sitting down the first base line. What a stop by the first baseman, Odo. Steps on first himself for out number 1. So with 1 down and no one on, the left fielder Jeffrey Baez heads to the plate. He had a single and a hit by pitch in the first 2 innings. Jeffrey Baez heads to the plate. They're playing the Wii Sports music for him as he heads to the plate. First chance in this at-bat, stays way outside, ball 1. If you missed it on the pregame show, I talked a little bit about this ballpark, Wintrust Field. Gorgeous ballpark here in the suburbs of Chicago, here in Schaumburg, Illinois. But they did have a tornado come through here last night or yesterday in the evening. Baez tips through 1 and the count goes to 1-1. If you happen to pull up the stream anytime this week while we're here on Flow Sports, you'll see that the batter's eye out there in center field is a little bit abbreviated on the left side. Not quite even as it is on the right. That's because that was one of the things that the tornado's winds caught a hold of and kind of messed with out there. Then you won't be able to see it on your stream, but way out in right field, they used to have a big temporary tarp, permanent temporary tarp, if you will, that just goes in during the season as Baez lifts one out towards shallow center and drops for a base hit. Wow, that shouldn't have been a base hit for Baez, but it just died when it got in the air and dropped down in between the center fielder, left fielder, and shortstop. Baez has 2 base hits in the game. Brings up Dakota Phillips. I'll say one more quick thing on that temporary tarp. It's one of those they just put up for the season, then they'd take down, but while during the season it was a permanent tarp. Well, it got lifted up and I guess carried about a quarter of a mile away from here, over some trees off towards the straight right field area if you were to go that way about a quarter mile. Breaking towards second is Baez, the big man, in with a stolen base. Gotta be careful when he gets on base. He'll steal one from you under your nose most of the time. That's good for his 237th stolen base in his career. Oh, 1 the count to Dakota Phillips. Pushes it to the left side. Tough play by the third baseman. He'll make a wild throw to first in time for out number 2. But a good heads-up play by Baez to go ahead and run to third and advance himself. So it's going to be a 5-3 fielder's choice that gets Phillips out. That brings up big hit Mac. Elijah Mcnamee with an RBI hit by pitch and a strikeout so far in the game. Has a runner on third with 2 outs. Big chance for him. One closing thought on the high winds and tornado that they had here. I'm just really glad that the ballpark, for the most part, was left untouched. This is a gorgeous place to play a game. Very unique, unlike a lot of the fields in this league. I think that's also one of the great things about the Frontier League. It's just about every place you go is very, very different from the rest. A 1-0 count to Elijah Mcnamee. Swinging strike one evens the count of the ball and a strike. I mean, you go to Bossy Field and it's over 100 years old. You come to a place like this, it's a little more modernized, but still has that rustic feel of a big backstop way back behind home plate. Lots of playing surface. 1-1 to Mcnamee, skied out towards right field. Chasing backwards is Hardy at the warning track and brings it in for out number 3. Otters strand a man at third, and we head to the bottom half of the 4th inning with the Otters still leading 5-1. Bottom of the 4th inning coming at you next on the Otters Digital Network. First, let's take a look around some of those scores in the Frontier League just to keep you up to date on what's going on. Trois-Rivières has an 11-3 lead on Ottawa in the 7th inning. That would be a huge win for the Eagles. Another huge win would be New Jersey defeating Tri-City. New Jersey leads 5-3 in the 7th. Quebec has a 4-1 lead over New York in the 6th. And Sussex County leads Empire State 5-2 in the 5th. Gateway and Florence tied at 2 in the 4th. Windy City with a 2-1 advantage on Lake Erie in the 3rd. And then a huge game in the West Division. Joliet leads Washington 9-2 in the 4th inning. The first pitch for Botcher stays low, ball 1 from Parker Brahms. Defense playing straight up. Brahms out of the stretch on the 1-0. Botcher lets it be, and it's 2-0 now the count. Botcher leads this team's average, and it's not close. A 420 average for him. We'll have to go all the way down to 306 to find the next boomer on that stat sheet. Big difference. 2-0 works inside for ball 3. Brahms has got to get himself closer to the zone now. And you can't hang anything too pretty for Botcher or else he'll make you pay. A 3-0 stays high, and Botcher will head to first for free on the walk. And it's the second time in 4 innings that Mr. Parker Brahms has given up a leadoff base runner. Brings up the 5-hole hitter right fielder Clint Hardy, who flew out to center his last time up. But it was a hard-earned at-bat for him. Really made Parker Brahms work hard. We have the final line number for Schaumburg's Shunpai Yoshikawa, their starter, after Brahms misses high for ball 1. He went just 2 innings in this game, giving up 5 runs, all earned, on 5 hits, walking 2, striking out 3, 62 pitches in just 2 innings of work. But Aaron Gleikston has been much better. The 1-0 to Hardy, the curveball falls into the zone at the last second to even the count at 1-1 for Parker Brahms. Defense playing right at like double play depth. They're going to throw over to first to check on Botcher, but he's back in time. Botcher 5 for 6 on stolen bases this year. He was going to attempt a steal in that last time he got on base, but he ended up getting a second on a balk instead. The 1-2 skies high and ends up on the roof of Wintrust Field here. And the count stays at 1-2 towards Clint Hardy. No outs, runner on first for the Boomers. Here comes the 1-2 to Hardy. Breaking towards second is Botcher. The throw out there way behind. Phillips' throw bounced on its way out there. Was not close. Easy stolen base for Botcher out there. Plus the count evens up at 2-2 for Clint Hardy. Long wait between pitches. Finally, here comes the 2-2 from Brahms. Sent sharply to the left side of the infield. Long throw for Khalil. Good scoop by Zach Biermann for out number 1. Zach Biermann has had a great week of scoops over there at first. So it's a 6-3 fielder's choice for Clint Hardy. Botcher will stay out there at second as the center fielder Brett Milazzo heads to the plate. Runner out there on second is Matt Botcher. 1 out for the Boomers in this bottom half of the 4th inning. A called strike 1 to start off Milazzo's at-bat. Milazzo had an unreal at-bat his last time up. Fought and fought and fought. Thought he was going to strike out a couple times. Instead, he ends up getting himself an RBI single. That's the lone run for the Boomers thus far. Here comes the 0-1. That one's just sent back towards the foul zone into the netting. Otters will be right back up in this area in a few weeks' time. A little bit longer than I guess I'd like to really admit. Their next trip up to this area is against Schaumburg right before the All-Star break, July 12th, 13th, and 14th. And then they will make one final trip here at the very end of the season in mid-August when they face Windy City and Joliet, who are not too far from here. All 3 teams here in the Chicago metro area. Long wait for Brahms here between pitches. He has been happy to take his time on things. 0-2 the count to Brett Milazzo. Pitch is on its way. Diving into the dirt to swing at it was Milazzo. They'll throw it down to first, and it's out there in plenty of time. It's the 4th German American Bank strike of the game for Parker Brahms. That will bring up the catcher, Blake Grant Parks, who struck out his first time up swinging. That was the first strikeout of the game for Parker Brahms. But since he's been up, 4 of the last 9 batters have sat down via the K. Runner on second is Matt Botcher. Blake Grant Parks back at the plate. His first offering. Fouled back into the netting for strike 1. Good work from Brahms to right away attack that low inside corner. As the sun begins to go down here in Schaumburg, the stadium lights start to do a little bit more work. Right now, the only places the sun are shining in the ballpark, right field for Elijah Mcnamee and a little bit in center field for Miles Gordon. The 0-1 to Grant Parks, and it's foul tipped back into the glove of Phillips. And Brahms has himself potentially one strike away from getting himself out of another inning with a runner on second. Certainly not a habit you want to get into, having runners out there at second for long periods of time in the inning. But Brahms has done a nice job to limit the scoring opportunities or limit the scoring follow throughs. An 0-2 works way outside for ball one. That was just a see if he'll chase it pitch. He did not, and the count goes to 1-2. Defense is straight up in the infield, maybe a tiny bit slanted left. The 1-2. Oh boy, just barely misses the called strike three. Must have stayed a bit high, maybe outside. So the count evens up at 2-2 with 2 outs and a runner on second. Brahms looking in for his sign. Shakes off a couple and steps off. They'll re-go through the signs. Now he has what he likes. The 2-2. This one's lifted out towards left field. Baez, long run towards the warning track and hauls it in for out number 3. A 2-out runner on second opportunity will not come back to haunt the Otters. We head to the 5th inning. Evansville leads 5-1 in this one. Top of the 5th inning as a plane flies right over the top of us. Little planes have been flying over this ballpark all day long. Very low, too. I think there must be an airfield here very close. Kind of neat. The other thing flying so far has been Otters around the base paths. They lead 5-1 through 4 innings. As we head to the top of the 5th, J.R. Davis will get us started. Ball 1 on the low edge of the zone to start off the count. Right away comes Lickstein with the next pitch, and this one's called strike 1 on the low outside corner. I thought that one looked further outside than the last pitch. Regardless, here comes the 1-1. Davis thought about going around. He left it alone, and it's ball 2 on the high corner of the zone. The 2-1. Oh boy, right down Main Street. So J.R. Davis looking at a 2-2 count. Has to get disciplined in there. Pushes the ball to the right side. It gets foul, however. Ends up out of the ballpark and in the parking lot. Waiting on deck is Steven Sinsley, then Andy Armstrong. Ball sent on a hot shot to the second baseman, Botcher, who just misplays it for a second, and the bang-bang play at first results in an out for J.R. Davis. Really close play after the botched ball at second. But it'll be one down, no one on for the designated hitter, Steven Sinsley. Sinsley has a RBI walk in the first inning, and then a ground out in the third that started off the third. Sinsley's first pitch, low and inside, ball one. Sinsley, a powerful left-handed hitter. His 1-0 offering again stays inside. That one was a little closer, but still far enough inside that it could have been told just by the naked eye. We'll try on the 2-0. And instead, this time Glickstein goes to the outside edge and just squeezes it in there. So the count's at 2-1. Don't forget that these two teams do it again tomorrow night, 6:30. First pitch, 6:20. This pregame show starts here on the Otters Digital Network. Sinsley fires one out towards left field. DeBonville chasing at the wall, leaps into the wall. It's off the wall. Extra bases for Steven Sinsley. He's got himself a double. Oh, boy, if that wall doesn't cut out there in left field, that's a home run. But instead, Sinsley's going to get extra bases here with one out. Opposite field power for him. It'll bring up Andy Armstrong with one on and one out. Seems like a textbook opportunity that Armstrong will lay a bunt down the left line, especially with the third baseman playing that far back. Right now he's midway back on the dirt. Absolutely expect Armstrong to lay a bunt here. First offering to Armstrong, he does not. Instead, he takes strike one on the inside edge. With that, the third baseman scoots back now. Why not give it a shot, Armstrong? Got those speedy legs. See what he does on the 0-1. Gonna swing, and he puts it back into the netting. He's down 0-2 in the count. Well, he was really good in his, I should say, first at bat before the ground in a double play. He was doing well, working around tough counts for him. Got to stay defensive now. Glickstein steps off the mound for a second. Still looking at an 0-2 count. Steven Sinsley at second. Otters lead by 4. Absolutely need Armstrong to move the runner here. Long wait for the 0-2. It misses outside. Believe it was a fastball, but it could have been his off speed that's just a little underneath the fastball. Regardless, the count's at 1-2 for Andy Armstrong with one out and one on. 1-2, he pushes it out towards right field. Is it fair? No. Foul by 5 or 6 feet. Oh, so close to extra bases for Armstrong. That would have been a huge hit for him. Armstrong's Oregon State Beavers fell last night in Game 3 of their Super Regional and failed to make the College World Series. As he's waiting on the 1-2. Swinging strike 3, and for the second time tonight, Andy Armstrong heads back to the dugout with a swinging strike. That's the third strikeout for Aaron Glickstein since he checked in. So now with 2 outs and a runner on second, one of the Otters' most mysterious hitters, George Khalil, heads to the plate. 1-for-1 with a single and a hit by pitch in this game. You never really know which George Khalil you're going to get. Either he hops up there and is really consistent, picking up a couple base hits and drawing walks, or sometimes it just seems that he struggles to put solid contact on the ball and ends up fouling lots of pitches off or just striking out. Able to make solid contact there, but fouls it way off into the concourse area on the right side. So it's an 0-1 count towards the Australian George Khalil. Takes a pitch on the outside for ball 1. That one was significantly outside. Khalil with a nice start to his game after missing the last week, being on the IL. Here comes his 1-1. Swinging strike 2. He might have tipped a piece of it, but it ended up in the glove of Grant Parks. Here in the top of the 5th inning with the Otters leading by 4. 2 outs and a runner on second in the form of Steven Sinsley. George Khalil's trying to do something at the plate. The 1-2 towards him. Swinging strike 3 and back-to-back strikeouts for Glickstein end the hopes of the Otters in the 5th. We head to the bottom half of the 5th with the Otters still leading by 4 here on the Otters Digital Network. Ready for the bottom of the 5th inning here. Otters yet again able to get a man on base with a base hit, but then leave him out there. They now have at least one base hit in every inning and at least one left on base in every inning. Nick Odo heads to the plate. 0-for-1 on the day with a strikeout back in the 2nd inning. Brahms has been really good here in these last couple innings. Pitch ends up behind home plate after the 1-0. A couple different Otters are stretching down in the bullpen, none warming up, however. There is a boomer warming up. The 1-0 again gets past Phillips all the way back to the backstop. And the count's at 2-0 for Nick Odo. 2-0 the count towards Odo. No one on, no outs here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The curveball just catches the high edge, and that is the first strike. 2-1 the call towards Odo. He swings hard at a pitch, but gets underneath it and sends it back in towards the netting. Falls behind in the count, or evens the count at 2-2. So Odo steps back in, trying to stay defensive now. The 2-2. Pushes it towards the right side. Armstrong on 2 hops over to first, and plenty of time for out number 1. Big test today for Andy Armstrong to prove he's going to be the man for the job at second base after the departure of Gary Mattis this morning. If you missed that news, we all woke up this morning to see that Gary Mattis' contract had been purchased by the Arizona Diamondbacks organization. So a huge congrats to Gary Mattis. He joins Tim Holgrafer as the second Otter in a week to be bought out and sent to affiliated baseball. That's what it's all about. Called strike 1 starts off the count for Thomas DeBonville, who popped out to short his first time up. Starts off with 2 called strikes. The second one was really low. But regardless, it sets up a 0-2 count for Thomas DeBonville. Push towards the right side. Well, foul, however. The count remains at 0-2. Deep breath on the mound from Parker Brahms. Gives a quick glance around his infield. Here comes the 0-2 to DeBonville. Stays high and outside for ball 1. The infield is playing straight up. Outfield a bit slanted towards the right, despite DeBonville being a right-handed hitter, and he is able to just barely foul the pitch off to keep himself alive in the count at 1-2. Big wait here between pitches. Here comes the 1-2. Off speed, gets him swinging. Beautiful pitch from Parker Brahms to pick up his 5th German American Bank strikeout of the day. So the first option to Alec Craig. Sends on the way now. That one just falls at the knees for strike 1. That's a good pitch. Back-to-back really competitive pitches from Parker Brahms. The 0-1 again catches the zone near the knees. So 0-2 the count to Alex Craig. Looking for his second straight strikeout as Parker Brahms. Works a bit too far inside on this pitch, and the count's at 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes to Craig. Misses on the high outside corner, and the count evens up at 2-2. Good on Brahms here. He takes a second to step off the mound, take a deep breath, look around, keep the mind clear. His pitch count is working up towards the 90s. The 2-2 sent right back at him, goes off of his cleat. Tough play for Davis to first, just behind, and making it to first safely is going to be Alex Craig. Pitch did go off the foot of Parker Brahms, so Mandy Flagg, the athletic trainer, is going to make the walk out there with pitching coach Max Peterson to make sure everything's all right. Looks like Brahms had a smile on his face, so he must be saying, I'm good to go. He's pointing towards the actual cleats on the bottom of his shoes, so he's saying it just went off of those. So he's good to go. The shortest visit in the history of Manny Flagg's career. And just like that, we're ready to keep playing baseball. 2 outs, runner on first. Chase Dawson heads to the plate. 1 for 2 with a single and a flyout so far in this game. Take an opportunity to look through the Fox Sports WYFX Frontier League scoreboard here as well. Trois-Rivières up 11-4 on Ottawa in the bottom of the ninth. It looks like the Eagles might pick up a huge road win. Breaking towards first is Craig. The throw out there bounces in, and because of it, it'll be a stolen base for Alex Craig. Had the pitch not bounced, or the throw not bounced out there, he surely would have been out. By the way, they did give Craig a single on the hit off of the catcher, or off the pitcher, as expected. And then he stole second. So now the 1-0 to Dawson. He pushes it towards the right side, but foul. The count ends up at a ball and a strike. Let's keep looking through the Frontier League scoreboard here. New Jersey and Tri-City are tied at 5 now in the 8th inning. Tri-City put up a couple runs to get back in it. Quebec having their lead narrowed a bit on the road at New York. 4-3 against the Boulders in the 7th inning. Sussex County leads Empire State 8-3 in the bottom of the 6th. The 1-1 to Dawson, swinging strike 2, and Parker Brahms is himself a pitch away from ending the inning potentially. Get to the last 3 scores for you. Joliet with a 12-2 lead over Washington in the bottom of the 5th. Can you believe it? And then a 3-2 lead for Gateway over Florence in the 6th. Windy City leads Lake Erie 3-2 in the 3rd. Breaking towards third is Craig. There will be no throw out there as the ball got a little bit away from Phillips on the way in. So the count will be 2-2 with 2 outs and now a runner on third. This could be a really big 2-out single that comes back to haunt Parker Brahms. Of course, he still does have a sizable lead because of his offense, but certainly doesn't want to be giving up another run. The 2-2 fouled back towards the netting. Good competitive pitch from Parker Brahms high and inside, causing some contact, but staying alive at least for the time being. 2-2 the count with 2 outs and a runner on third. Otters lead by 4 in the bottom half of the 5th. Brahms readies himself for the 2-2. That one is sent foul into the netting to the left side. And the count will remain at 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs here. Parker Brahms could really use this third out and get through 5 complete innings. If that was all he pitched, it would be his shortest appearance so far of this season. It is down for a base hit, and it will score a run for Schaumburg. Just fell on the right side. Looks like there was some confusion between Elijah Mcnamee and Zach Biermann. Biermann seemed to be pretty upset at the play, and because of it, the Boomers are now within 3. See exactly how they decided to score it. They will give a single to Dawson with an RBI. That will allow Craig to score, and lo and behold, the 2-out base hit has now given up a run because of both stolen bases. A tough situation for Parker Brahms on the mound. Luckily, he still does have himself a couple runs lead. Pitch on the way home. This one skied towards right field. Mcnamee retreats about 4 steps and now hauls it in for out number 3, but not before the Boomers are able to add 1 to their score. After 5 complete innings, it's Otters 5, Boomers 2 here on the Otters Digital Network. And we're ready for the top of the 6th inning. Otters offense returns to the field after allowing 1 run on the defensive side of things. No one warming up for the Otters, at least right now, so it's possible that they'll send Brahms back out there, but he is at 96 pitches through 5 innings. At least for the time being, his line sits at 2 runs on 5 hits through 5 innings, walked 1, struck out 5. We'll see if he continues in this game or not. But first, the Otters have to head to the plate to bat, and they will start off with the top of the order, Miles Gordon, Zach Biermann, and Jeffrey Baez. The 3 have combined for 4 hits and have combined to get on base 6 times. They'll start off with the center fielder, Miles Gordon, who has a walk, a single, and a strikeout so far in things. Miles Gordon taking over the leadoff spot after the departure of Gary Mattis. First offering to him finally on the way, and he pushes it towards the left side. Well foul, and some kid's going to end up with another souvenir over there. So 0-1 the count now towards Miles Gordon. Quick discussion between the second baseman and the pitcher, I guess. Now it looks like we're ready to go. They are playing for Gordon to pull a little bit towards that right side. Gordon being the left-handed hitter that he is. The 0-1 for him. Way outside. Count evens up at a ball and a strike. One ball, 1 strike for Miles Gordon. This one's pushed to the left side. Played on 2 hops is Craig over to first. He had to jump off the bag, and because of it, Miles Gordon's going to be safe. Likely going to be an error on the shortstop there, as it was just a poor throw from Craig. So it is an error that allows Gordon to reach, and that'll bring up the first baseman, Zach Biermann. Biermann has a chance to make it 2 base hits in this game. Had his first base hit back in the first inning. Hefty swing on the first pitch he sees, but it ends up just getting into the catcher's glove, and it's an 0-1 count. 0-1, they're going to go check on Gordon. He's back in plenty of time, however. So the count stays where it's at. No outs here, a runner on first in the 6th inning. Starting to get towards the closing stages in this one. Otters have held on to the lead all the way since that really the lead since the first inning, but the 5-1 advantage for quite some time for allowing that 1 run in that last half inning. Count evens at 1-1 for Biermann on the pitch high and outside. Counts at 1-1. Gordon with a small lead over there at first. Biermann into right field, another base hit for him. Exactly what you expect out of him. And there's runners on first and second with no one out. So make it 2 on with no outs. Brings up Jeffrey Baez, who had a big base hit in the first inning. Had another one in the 4th, even got a stolen base in the 4th inning. He's reached base all 3 times so far in this game. With it, his on-base streak has hit 8, a season high for him. His first pitch here, hefty swinging strike one. He came up way empty on that. Biermann on first, Gordon on second. There's no outs for the big man, Jeffrey Baez, who could add an RBI here. The 0-1, both runners breaking, and neither one will get thrown at. Another double steal. How many times have we seen the Otters double steal? I think that must be probably the fourth one this year. Either fourth or fifth. And they have never failed on a double steal. And now the entire infield comes in expecting Baez to bunt on the 1-1. This is a perfect time for him to just drop it over the top of this infield. They expecting the squeeze play, must be. Baez shows like he's going to swing. The 1-1. And it gets past the catcher. One run's going to score. Biermann's going to stay put at third, and the lead has hit 4 once again for the Otters. We knew at some point in this series that huge distance to the backstop was going to come into play, and here it has. A wild pitch has scored Miles Gordon and moved Biermann to third. Baez still has an opportunity to bring in a base hit, however. The 2-1. Called strike two, and the infield is still playing in. They must be trying to, if it's on the ground, fire it home and get the lead runner and not allow a run. But I tell you, Baez is not a guy I would play in. I want to make it so that he couldn't lay one into the outfield. Fouls one up towards the suites on the right side. Ends up bouncing down towards the regular seating, and looks like a kid's going to get another souvenir. He's got a ball in each hand now. Counts at 2-2 for Jeffrey Baez. The infield is still playing in as there's no outs and a runner on third. Otters have already scored one this half inning. The 2-2 hit towards the left side, across for a base hit. RBI for Jeffrey Baez, and the lead hits 5 once again. Well, tell you what, I wouldn't recommend playing in on Jeffrey Baez, and I think he has proven exactly why. A hard hit ball got over the infield. And there's now just a runner on first in the form of Baez with no outs as the cleanup hitter Dakota Phillips heads to the plate. A glance over there towards first. Baez got a steal in his last time on the base paths. Doubt he'll try to go again, but you never know with him. 7-2, the lead in favor of the Otters. This team has gotten really hot at some great moments this year. Trying to pick up their 11th win in divisional play. Dakota Phillips takes another pitch outside, and the count's at 2-0 for him. Long waits between pitches for Aaron Glickstein. Here comes the 2-0. Stays low and inside again, and the count's at 3-0. No one warming up right now for the Boomers. No one warming up for the Otters. So it must be Parker Brahms' game to keep rolling with in that next half inning. I guess when you've got a lead, you can afford that. The 3-0 to Dakota Phillips. Again misses, this time on the outside. A 4-pitch walk to Phillips. All 4 batters so far in the 6th inning have reached. 2 have scored. 5-hole hitter Elijah Mcnamee heads to the plate. Big hit Mac. Without a hit so far in this one. Had a RBI hit by a pitch in the 1st inning. but he's still looking for a base hit. The infield is playing pretty much at double play depth towards the back on the outsides, a little further in on the insides. And then in the outfield, they're playing straight up for Mcnamee. First offering to Elijah stays outside, ball one. As he digs back in. Field light doing all of the work now at this point in the game. Here comes the 1-0. Again left alone, again low and outside, and it's a 2-0 count. Tell you what, Elijah Mcnamee is one of the most fun guys to be around on this team, especially during batting practice. He likes to have a real good time during certain portions of batting practice. Sends one in the sky and shallow left on the 2-0. The left fielder, DeBonville, brings it in, and both runners will stay put. Guess closing thought there, Mcnamee just treating everything as if it's his last chance he'll ever get to play this game he loves, and it makes it fun to watch outings of his. One out, runners on first and second as the third baseman J.R. Davis heads to the plate. Has an RBI single in this game, a strikeout, and a ground out. Time called by the catcher, Grant Parks. And J.R. Davis now steps back in. First offering for Davis. Stays a bit low. For ball one. Rolled away from Grant Parks, but it didn't end up mattering. He was able to hustle up to it and grab it in time. Regardless, the count at 1-2 with runners on first and second. This one is kind of glanced up to the right side and ends up in a sweep to foul ball. And the count ends up at a ball and a strike for J.R. Davis. Turning out to be a nice night. Still pretty warm. Sitting in the mid-80s with the heat index in the mid-90s. Davis, hard swing on strike two, and he's down the count 1-2. The wind is still blowing, but the way that it's blowing, you can't feel it at all if you were sitting in the lower bowl seating area here of Wintrust Field. The 1-2. Davis sends it right back up the middle. A chase from Milazzo in center. Hauls it in for the second out. Baez just about caught too far off second base, but able to get back in time as Davis goes out on out number 2. So after the first 4 reached in the inning, including 2 scoring, there's now 2 outs, 2 on, with the DH Steven Sinsley heading up. But so far for Sinsley, he's got an RBI walk, a double, and a ground out so far. So not a bad time for him to pick up yet another big quality hit. First chance. Stays outside, ball one on the fastball. There's still nobody warming up out there in right field for the Boomers. As the 1-0 heads home to Sinsley. Takes another pitch. This one stays low yet again. Fastball yet again. And the count's at 2-0. Two balls, no strikes to Steven Sinsley. Skies one out towards left center field. Chasing back is DeBonville. Towards the wall. Gone! 3-run score on the Steven Sinsley home run. And just like that, the lead is 8. A big fly for the second straight game for the DH Sinsley. He scores both Baez and Phillips alongside him. Dead silent here at Wintrust Ball Field. Not quite like when the Otters hit a home run at home and the music starts going and the lights start blinking. Doesn't matter to the Otters, though. They have a big lead in this one. It brings up Andy Armstrong, who takes a curveball in for strike one to start off this at-bat. Armstrong with a couple strikeouts and a ground into double play thus far. He needs a big at-bat to get him back on the right side of things. Oh, Armstrong with a heater to the right side, and that is why the nettings around home plate area were extended to save people from foul balls like that. 1 ball, 1 strike to the second baseman, Andy Armstrong. Offense is playing him straight up. A 1-1. He tries or thought about swinging, held up, and it stays outside for ball 2. Well, at least I thought it was ball 2. They have the count on the scoreboard as 1-2, so they must have said he did swing. So the 1-2. Right back up the middle, a base hit for Andy Armstrong. So now every batter in the Otters lineup has reached base safely in the game. And now all but Elijah Mcnamee have picked up a hit. Still no one warming up for the Boomers out in right field. George Khalil at the plate now. A hit by pitch, a strikeout, and a single thus far in his game. 1-0 the count to George Khalil. Takes another pitch for a strike. Most of his strikes have been taken so far today. He hasn't been swinging at a whole bunch. This time he puts one out into left center. Long run for Milazzo. Hauls it in. Oh, man, what a long run for the center fielder Milazzo. That ends the inning, but not before 5 runs score for the Otters. They take a 10-2 lead as we head to the bottom of the 6th inning here on the Otters Digital Network. Bottom of the 6th inning coming at you here on the Otters Digital Network. And Evansville now leads 10-2 after a booming 5th inning including a 3-run home run from Steven Sinsley. They have got themselves in a position to win this game. Kicking off the half inning will be Matt Botcher. A single and a walk so far for him, and a combined 2 extra bases, 1 on a stolen base, 1 on a balk. Starts off with a swinging strike 1. Another swing, and in this one a foul ball back towards the netting behind home plate. Brahms zoomed it past on the fastball. And the count's at 0-2. Good to see Brahms get to come back out here and keep working. Pitch just misses on the outside edge. And now here it is on the 1-2. It'll be Parker Brahms' 100th pitch of the day. The 1-2. Curveball sent towards the right side. Tough play by Armstrong to first where Brahms is covering. What a play from the defense. Armstrong and Brahms working together to grab that out. So officially you score that one 4-1. A strange play to see, but you like to see the defense adjust and make that play happen. And that will bring up the right fielder, Clint Hardy. Swinging strike 1 from Hardy. Good work from Brahms to use the slider there and work it towards that low outside corner. 0-1 the count towards Hardy. Brahms again with the fastball, and again a called strike. He looks like he just started this game, not 100 pitches in. 0-2 to Clint Hardy with 1 down here in the 6th inning. The 0-2 skied high. Is it going to stay fair? Not quite, as J.R. Davis goes falling into the seating area over there at third and comes up not feeling the greatest. Smacked his hand pretty good on the brick fence or the concrete wall over there. All he does is rub it in the dirt, rub it on his leg, and he's ready to keep going. 0-2 the count still to Clint Hardy. Brahms taking a second. Now fires home the 0-2. Curveball just misses high. Talk about pulling the string. 75, just about hung it in that top corner. Instead, Brahms is going to have to try once more. This time on the 1-2. This one's sent foul to the right side. Goes off the top of the netting. There is a man starting to warm up for the Boomers out there in right field. Meanwhile, Clint Hardy looking at a 1-2 count with 1 out. A pitch low and in the dirt by Brahms. Hardy doesn't swing it, of course, so the count's at 2-2. Looks like the one warming up out there for Schaumburg is Nate Thomas. 2-2 to Hardy. This one's lifted out towards right field. Mcnamee chasing back towards the warning track. Great catch as he extends the arm over his head as he runs into the warning track area and then into the fence. Man, he covers so much ground out there so well. Anyone else in this league probably has to dive to make that catch, but makes it look routine as Mcnamee. Center fielder Brett Milazzo heads to the plate, 1 for 2 with an RBI single and a strikeout. Parker Brahms is over the 100 pitch mark. Pitch is lifted high to the left side. That'll get over on the berm, foul. A couple of kids go running after it. One takes a spill on the hill. And another souvenir has been had. Really good crowd here for a Tuesday night. Nice to see this many people out at the ball game. Otters lead 10-2 with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Milazzo looking at an 0-1 count, making a 1-1 after the inside pitch. Don't forget that these two teams do it once more tomorrow night, 6:30. First pitch, 6:20 is when we'll start the pregame show here on the Otters Digital Network. It's the series finale between these two, as Brahms lays in a curveball for called strike 2. That pitch has looked so good. But this is just a 2-game mini-series, so tomorrow is the series finale. 1-2 the count to Brett Milazzo. Lifted high, foul, out of play. Ends up on top of the roof at Wintrust Field. And it's funny because there's some areas of this roof that are slanted inwards and some slanted outwards. So everybody sits there looking up, waiting for the ball to come tumbling off back into the stands, and sometimes they never do. Oh, the 1-2 is at the last second pushed towards the right side. It gets foul, however, so the count remains at 1-2. No one on. 2 outs, a 1-2 count to Brett Milazzo. Brahms is just 1 pitch away from making it a quality start. Got him! Looking, strike 3. And it's the 6th German-American Bank strikeout of the game for Parker Brahms. 6 complete innings. He's given up 2 runs on 5 hits. What a day for Brahms. We head to the 7th inning. Otters still lead 10-2. Got a few changes here as we head to the top of the 7th inning. Coming into pitch is going to be Nate Thomas for Schaumburg. Also, Sam Claycamp checking into the game at third base. Chris Ruiz checking into the game at catcher. This Call the Bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Thomas on the mound, Ruiz behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. All 9 guys got to the plate in the last half inning, so we'll start off once again with the Edward Jones leadoff hitter of the game, Miles Gordon. He has reached base in 3 of his 4 opportunities, once on a walk, once on a single, once on an error. Came around to score all 3 times. First pitch to him is high inside corner, called strike 1 on the fastball. In fact, each of the 3 times he scored has been a different way. One was a hit by pitch that brought him in. The next, an RBI single. Then the final was a wild pitch. So he's found his way home a whole bunch of different ways. Hefty swing on the high fastball, or maybe a 2-seam or a slider, but it was pretty straightforward. Gordon just chased it high in the zone for strike 2. 0-2 the count to Miles Gordon. Lifts this one high, foul. Will it get out of play? Yes, it will. Man starting to warm for the Otters. I believe it is Brady Tedesco out there. Meanwhile, the count for Miles Gordon stays at 0-2. Nobody on, nobody out here to start the 7th inning. Gordon looking at an 0-2 count. Takes a pitch just a bit high, maybe a letter high, maybe a tad bit higher, almost neck high for ball 1. We'll get right back to more Frontier League scores here in just a few moments. A couple games have gone final. The 1-2 to Gordon. Lifted high out towards center. Not too deep, though, as Milazzo thinks he's underneath it, and he is for out number 1. It'll bring up the first baseman, Zach Biermann. 2 hits in this game. He's 2 for 4 in the game overall. Be a nice outing for him to go 3 for 5. Hasn't made it flashy either with his hits. Just quality base hits, getting himself on, getting other guys over. Exactly what you want to see out of him. First pitch to Zach Biermann. High outside, ball 1. Count remains at 1-0 now. Again, high outside. Probably the exact same place, exact same fastball, maybe even exact same speed. Count stays put in favor of Biermann, now at 2-0. The 2-0. Fouled off to the left side and will get out of the ballpark. 2-1 the count now. One game has gone final for sure, and that's Trois-Rivières getting an 11-8 win at Ottawa. That is a huge win on the road for that Trois-Rivières team. Waiting to see if this one has gone final yet. It has not yet. As Biermann takes a pitch outside to go ahead and 3-1 in the count. New Jersey and Tri-City needed extra innings. New Jersey scored 2 in the top half of the 10th. So now Tri-City is starting the bottom half of the 10th with their runner on second, down 2. 3-1 the count to Zach Biermann. Works way inside, almost hits him, and he will head to first on the walk. 2 for 4 day for him, reaching base 3 times. Not bad. But it could get better. The left fielder, Jeffrey Baez, 3 for 3, reached base all 4 times, 3 singles and a hit by pitch. He also has an RBI and a stolen base on the day. What a well-rounded, all-around day for the big man, Jeffrey Baez. Baez got his 800th professional hit this last weekend against Gateway. First pitch here is strike one on the inside half. Baez is closing in on some pretty big milestones if he could get to them. A double would be great for him. That's one he's been waiting for a while. The 0-1 to Jeffrey Baez. Curveball catches the high inside corner. That's a beautiful pitch from Nate Thomas. Runner on first is Biermann after the walk. Very small lead for him, of course. The 0-2 to Baez stays high, and that's the first ball to Baez. 1-2 the count now. Quebec is leading New York 5-3 in the bottom of the ninth. But looks like New York's trying to put together a comeback of some kind. The 1-2 to Jeffrey Baez. Gets a tiny piece of it and clips it down into the catcher Ruiz. So everyone will take a second. In the eighth inning, Sussex County leads Empire State 8-5. In the seventh, Joliet's leading Washington 13-4. Big lead for the Slammers. Not too far from here. Florence and Gateway tied at 3 runs apiece in the bottom of the seventh. And Windy City holds a 5-4 advantage over Lake Erie in the bottom half of the fourth inning. A lot of really good games around the Frontier League today. And all these series go on all weekend long. 1-2 the count is for Jeffrey Baez. This pitch is on his way. Right back up the middle. Will it get through? Yes, it will. A fourth base hit for Jeffrey Baez. They're all singles. Have yourself a day, Mr. Baez. That ties a single season high for the Otters. It's been done just a few times this year. Once by Baez, once by Gordon, 2 separate times by Gary Mattis. First offering to Dakota Phillips now. Works itself outside for ball 1. Baez at first, Biermann on second. Dakota Phillips hoping to do something at the plate. But he calls time to wipe off his face real quick. 1-0 the count. Phillips lets it go by. It stays high for ball 2. Brady Tedesco seems like he's ready to come in whenever he's needed now at this point. Throwing just about 1 pitch every 1 or 2 in-game pitches. The 2-0 to Dakota Phillips. Just catches the high inside corner for a called strike. So 2-1 the count to Dakota Phillips. Long wait from Thomas on the mound. Sends it home, and way behind that swing was Phillips. Count evens up at 2 balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Runners on first and second. A little bit of a meeting on the mound there between Thomas, the pitcher, and Ruiz, the catcher. They seem to have things ready to go. And it looks like everyone's ready to go, this time on the 2-2 for Dakota Phillips. Pitch on the way. Again, works inside, and Phillips now is at a full count. Phillips, of course, trying to limit those strikeouts more and more every time he has a chance. Had a really rough weekend at Gateway a couple weeks ago. Starting to work himself back in the right direction. The full count pitch to Phillips. Skied to the left side and foul. So the count remains 3-2. Nearing the 3-hour mark in this one, still sitting here in the top of the 7th inning as the Otters have had a lot of big innings. The 3-2 to Phillips. This one again fouled to the left side. So this is a big battle at the plate right now for Dakota Phillips. Keeping himself in the count, avoiding the strikeout. Full count pitch to Dakota Phillips. But first, Thomas steps out on the mound. A lot of weight in between some of these pitches. The 3-2. Again inside, and Phillips is going to walk, and the bases are loaded with 1 out. Biermann's now at first after his walk. Then Baez at second with a single. Now Phillips at first with a walk. And the only man without a hit in the game so far for the Otters up to bat now in Elijah Mcnamee. Mcnamee digs in. Bases loaded, 1 out. Not the first time he's had the bases loaded in front of him in this game. First pitch. Low. Maybe a bit outside as well. Ball 1. Long wait for Nate Thomas on the mound. Sends it home. The 1-0 catches the outside edge and evens the count at a ball and a strike. One ball, 1 strike. Bases loaded with 1 out. Otters lead by 8. The 1-1 to Mcnamee. Kind of a slow swing. He was a little bit behind that pitch. And he falls back in the count 1-2. Again, long wait between pitches. Mcnamee ready for the 1-2. Mcnamee skies it out towards center field. Milazzo chasing back towards the warning track and hauls it in for out number 2. 2 runs are going to advance on sacrifice flies. Biermann makes it home. Baez makes it to third. Phillips will stay put at first. And that's a sac fly RBI for Mcnamee. So even though Mcnamee, probably won't get another chance to bat in this game, he does have a couple RBIs, though he's left without a hit. J.R. Davis, due up next, has a single and a few outs to go alongside it. Runners on the corners with 2 outs for the Otters. They lead by 9. Not the first time they've done this season, going into somebody else's ballpark putting up a whole heap of runs in the very first game of that series. We saw it against Gateway just a couple weeks ago. The 0-1 to Davis. Stays a bit high, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Pleased you're joining us here on the Otters Digital Network. We'll have the series finale, Game 2, tomorrow night. 6:30 is when game starts. 6:20 is when the pregame show will start here. Love to have you join us once again before the Otters head home to face Lake Erie this weekend. 1-1 to Davis. He skies it high and foul. Back over the seating area here. Couple of great promotions online for this weekend as well. Friday night is the Women's Hospital and Junior League of Evansville and 44 News all joining together for Girls Night Out, 6:35 p.m. against Lake Erie. The 1-2 to Davis. Sent straight at the third baseman who plays it on a line for out number 3, but not before the Otters are able to score one more run. They lead 11-2 as we head to the bottom half of the 7th here from Schaumburg, Illinois. New arm on the mound for the Otters. Brady Tedesco, the lone lefty in the bullpen, is going to come out and try to put a couple of innings of work in. This call to the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Tedesco on the mound. Phillips behind the plate. That pitcher-catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. Tedesco making his first appearance since that middle game against Gateway on Saturday night. He earned the win, giving up no runs on one hit and one inning of work. First pitch he throws, hit right back at him for a base hit, a single for Chris Ruiz. That was Ruiz's first at-bat of the game. Now Nick Odo, the first baseman, walks up 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a groundout so far. So the defense for the Otters will shift to double play depth. Defense in the outfield stays pretty much straight up. Tedesco with a long look at first. With him being a lefty, you can just stare it down. Sends the pitch home and misses, oh, maybe a numbers high curveball or letter high curveball. Didn't miss by too much too high. But the count's at 1-0. Tries to call his corner with that high outside edge and still misses a bit high. Down 2-0 in the count very quickly. A glance over towards first. Now the 2-0 home. Again, misses outside. Tedesco, 3 pitches in this at-bat, all balls. 1 pitch in the last at-bat, a single. Could quickly have 2 runners on with no outs. The 3-0. Misses outside again, a 4-pitch walk. And back-to-back men are on base for the Boomers. That'll bring up the left fielder, Thomas DeBonville. DeBonville 0 for 2 with a pop-out and a strikeout so far in the game. Working on getting you a final line score for Parker Brahms as well. As we're ready for the opening pitch to Thomas DeBonville. Tedesco with a long look towards second. Here comes the first pitch. High, ball 1. A base hit and then 5 straight balls to start off this half inning for Brady Tedesco. The 1-0. That one falls in for a called strike. He's finally hit the zone. That's an important one for him. Now, use that one, build some momentum off it, pick up an out, whether it be a strikeout or a ground out. You might be able to pick up 2. Stepping out for a quick second is Thomas DeBonville. Runners on first and second to lead off this 7th inning. The 1-1 works inside, gets past Phillips, and both runners are going to advance. Not at all what the Otters wanted there. We'll see if they rule it a wild pitch or a pass ball. Regardless, it's not ideal for him. Looks like they... Well, we'll have to wait and see. Didn't hit submit yet. 2-1 is the count to Thomas DeBonville, now with 2 runners in scoring position as opposed to 2 in force-out positions. Fouls one back into the netting. Count evens at 2-2. Really big out for Brady Tedesco to get here. Needs to find a way to get it. Long wait before things happen here. The 2-2 to DeBonville. Again fouled back into the netting. Brady Tedesco just trying to get 1 right now. Luckily, the Otters have put up the quality runs in this game to give him some insurance. Again missing is Brady Tedesco, and the count's now full. Runners on second and third for the Boomers. Here in the bottom half of the 7th inning, they're trying to do some damage. Tedesco readies himself on the mound and sends home the 3-2. That one works low and inside and allows a walk that loads the bases with no outs. All three batters so far in this half inning have reached base. And I wouldn't be surprised if maybe now we see someone either start to warm up, and we do. Looks like it's probably Tyler Spring out there. Bases are loaded for Brady Tedesco. No outs to his name thus far. The first pitch to Craig. Gets through the legs of Phillips. There's going to be a play at home plate to Tedesco. It gets through his legs. And a run will score on the wild pitch. Phillips is coming up a bit shaken up after the play. Looks like a big piece of grass, I think, came up as he was trying to move, and it gave out underneath him. Regardless, a run is scored. They're going to call it a wild pitch. And all the runners have advanced as well. So again, runners on second and third with no outs. But Alec Craig at the plate. Pitch stays a bit outside, and that's a 2-0 count. I believe he's only found the strike zone twice thus far. Tedesco needs a couple of strikes. Again misses. 3-0 the count to Alec Craig. Tedesco's one pitch away from loading the bases again. Long wait for Tedesco. He's really taking his time between some of these pitches. It's not a bad thing. The 3-0. High outside, ball 4. And once again, the bases are loaded. And that's going to spark a conversation for Max Peterson. He'll make the walk up to the mound, and he'll go ahead and make a pitching change before he even makes it out there. Brady Tedesco's day is over. He gets no outs, gives up a run, and has the bases loaded now as he makes his way back to the dugout. So we'll take a break, and on the other side, we'll introduce you to the man coming in for the Otters. Don't go anywhere. The rest of the bottom of the seventh coming at you next. Welcome back inside the bottom of the 7th inning. Tyler Spring has been brought in out of the bullpen for the Otters. That call of the bullpen is presented by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all your business solution needs. Spring on the mound, Phillips behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by The Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at The Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road. Give them a call at 812-475-9000. First offering to Chase Dawson, across for a called strike 1. Oh no, he waved the other ways, so it must be ball 1. Home plate umpires had a couple different strange movements after pitches. So the 1-0 on the way to Dawson. Inside, 2-0 the count. Feeling like a when it rains it pours situation for the Otters right now. Just need one out at a time. The 2-0 to Dawson. Lines it out towards right field, and it's down for a base hit. 1 run will score. 2 runs will score. 3rd run coming around 3rd, and it will be a triple that clears the bases and gives the Boomers 3 runs. Huge hit for Chase Dawson there. You feel bad for Tyler Spring, who was brought in that situation and couldn't do much about it. All the runs credited back towards Tedesco. Sam Claycamp steps in. Claycamp checked in the top of the 7th inning defensively. Pitch gets between the legs of Phillips. Another run scores on a wild pitch. Waiting to make sure that is a wild pitch and not a pass ball, but regardless, the lead is just disintegrating for the Otters. Absolute chaos. Pass ball is what it will be. And another base hit. This one sent through the gap on the right side. Otters can't get 1 out in this half inning. So the lead now down to 4. Another arm will start to warm up for the Otters. Quickly, Samson Abernathy trying to warm up. Matt Botcher, the cleanup hitter, steps in for the Boomers. Shows bunt. Almost gets past Phillips. No lead is safe in this game. I see Felix run out there to help warm up Samson Abernathy, so I believe Felix will probably check into the game when that change takes place. The 1-0 to Butcher. This one skied out towards left. Baez comes in a couple feet, now bounces back a couple feet and hauls it in finally for the first out of the inning. Finally. It'll bring up the right fielder, Clint Hardy. Hardy's 0 for 3. The Otters would love for him to ground into a double play. Five runs have scored here in the 7th for the Boomers to bring them within 4. Don't you ever say something about running up the score in baseball, because it is never safe. Swinging strike 1 for Hardy. Not the first time we've seen this year. The Otters get a big lead and just keep running score up for good reason, though, because teams in this league can come back in a hustle. The 0-1 to Hardy. Swinging strike 2. Big couple pitches there. Tyler Spring looking for a all-important strikeout now. The 0-2 count to Clint Hardy with 1 out and a runner on first. A half swing. Yes, he did. And it's a swinging strike three, a big strikeout to pick up by Tyler Spring. 2 down, runner on first. Brent Milazzo makes the walk to the plate. Had a single with an RBI his first time up, but he's got strikeouts in his last 2 at-bats. Spring needs another one of those. Showing bunt was Milazzo. He pulls away, and it's a strike anyway, though. And wait a second. Some confusion behind the plate. Looked like they were calling a strike, and that's what they're going to stick with. Phillips seemed like he was arguing about something there behind the plate. 0-1 the count to Brett Milazzo. Just any out will do for Spring. Needs to just get it done. He steps off for a second before the 0-1. Runner on first is Sam Claycamp. The 0-1 to Milazzo. Swinging strike 2. Tyler Spring has himself 1 pitch away from ending this awful inning for the Otters. Big pitch here from Tyler Spring. The 0-2. Fouled off back into the netting. So the count remains at 0-2. Spring once again, waiting for his sign. Looks in at home, no glance over at first. Here comes the 0-2. Outside, ball 1. Tried to throw too much on that one. Spring isn't always going to wow you with the fast pitches. Instead, he is going to position it. That's where he's got to do it. The 1-2. Bounces in there. Good stop from Phillips, who has taken a beating in this last inning behind home plate. Count is at 2-2 with 2 outs and a runner on first. Otters can't get out of the inning soon enough. The 2-2 from Spring. Again fouled back. Brett Milazzo, for the second time tonight, really competing in an at-bat, not going down without a fight. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Again, a foul ball straight back. Runner on first is Sam Claycamp, but Tyler Spring doesn't care about him over there. He just wants to get this 3rd out. He could get it with the strikeout. The 2-2 misses high outside. The count's full. Abernathy is still warming up with Justin Felix out there in left field. The 3-2 to Milazzo. Sent out towards left field. Baez chasing in. Brings it in for the 3rd out finally. But 5 runs score for the Boomers in this half inning. And because of that, we head to the 8th inning. Now just looking at a 4-run advantage in favor of the Otters. Exciting one starting to brew here in Schaumburg. Don't go anywhere. Top of the eighth inning, coming at you here on the Otters Digital Network. I'm Matthew Will, joining you for another edition of Otters Baseball. Pleased you're joining me here on a Tuesday night for baseball. Turned out to be a pretty nice evening as the temperature is still very slowly dropping. We've finally hit the 80s here in Schaumburg, 89 degrees. Still feels like it's in the upper 90s, however. Steven Sinsley will get us started off in this half inning. Starts with a called strike one on the low outside corner. Then it'll be Andy Armstrong and George Khalil. But the way that Justin Felix is stretching out there in left, I would not be surprised to see him check in for Dakota Phillips here in this next half inning. Sinsley readies himself to get back in there, looking at an 0-1 count. No outs, no on. Here from Schaumburg. 1-0 goes over his head. He has to duck out of the way, and the count evens up at 1-1 strike. Don't forget that the Otters and Boomers face off one final time tomorrow night. Sent on a line to the third baseman. He throws over to first, and plenty of time for out number one. And these two will face off one final time tomorrow night to conclude the two-game mini-series. 6:30 first pitch, 6:20 pregame show starts here on the Otters Digital Network. The reason that this is only a two-game set is that the Otters are making room for the four-game set that they are playing with Gateway there in the 4th of July weekends in order to stay at the correct number of games. First pitch is fouled back into the netting by Armstrong. So far in this game, Armstrong is 1 for 4. Finally got a base hit there in the 6th inning. He was the second to last man to pick up a hit for this team. Bunts to the left side and just misses out on a bunt for base hit. Like the idea there. Looking at 0-2, now he's going to have to swing the bat, though. So, of course, girls' night out this Friday night at Bosse Field as the Otters kick off a new series with the Lake Erie Crushers. Then the Arc of Evansville, 44 News, and State Farm join us for Star Wars night on Saturday night. And then Astound sponsors Dog Days of Summer on Sunday. Hitting to the right side is Armstrong. Quick play at first. Bang, bang play. But able to pick up the out just in time are the Boomers. 4-3 on the putout there. So with two outs, quickly, George Khalil heads to the plate. The Otters have had at least one base runner in every inning. And the crazy part about that is only one time has the first base runner come with two outs. And the last time that it did happen, or the only time it did happen, it was George Khalil who picked up a two-out single. I'll look to do it again here. First pitch, strike one, right at the elbows. Quick pitch, and it's sent fouled off to the right side, and Khalil's down 0-2 in the count. Fully expecting Samson Abernathy to check into the game to start off the eighth inning, as well as Justin Felix behind the plate. I think they'll make a battery swap. The 0-2, and extending his hands and swinging through it is Khalil. The first 1-2-3 inning of the day for Schaumburg. We head to the bottom half of the eighth inning. Otters still lead by 4. The Otters make a battery swap here. Samson Abernathy enters the game on the mound. That call to the bullpen is sponsored by our friends at Business Communication Solutions. Contact BCS for all our business solution needs. And the new pitcher catcher battery, Abernathy on the mound, Felix behind the plate. That pitcher catcher battery is sponsored by the Answer Auto Repair East. Find all your battery needs at the Answer Auto Repair East, located at 2319 North Green River Road, or give them a call at 812-475-9000. First offering for Chris Ruiz of this at-bat. Works high inside for ball one. Ruiz only has one at-bat so far in this game. Earned a base hit, came around to score after back-to-back wild pitches. So the 1-0 to Chris Ruiz. He half swings at it, but it gets foul, and the count evens up at a ball and a strike. So Justin Felix likely will fall into the 4-hole as well to bat. Here in the bottom of the 8th, I don't know if we'll see him in that next half inning. We would need at least one runner to get on for us to get the opportunity to see him. Next pitch stays high for ball two, and the count's 2-1. The only strike Abernathy's got so far was the check swing on a pitch outside the zone. Abernathy has picked up wins in his last two appearances, both the first and third games of that Gateway Series. Each of them, he gave up no runs on one hit in 2 full innings. Just misses on the low edge, and he's behind the count 3-1. How many pitchers will the Otters have to go through in the late stages of this game? They are probably very thankful this is only a 2-game set with the amount of arms they're having to use on night one. Abernathy ready for the 3-1. That one misses low. A 5-pitch walk to start off for Abernathy. And this is not at all the way the Otters wanted to start a second consecutive inning. Just saw one of the Bat Boys bring a bag of ice over to Mandy Flagg, the athletic trainer for the Otters, and she takes it down in there. I would just about bet the farm on the fact that that's Dakota Phillips' bag of ice, who has taken a beating behind the plate there in that last inning for the Otters. Abernathy starts off against Nick Odo with another ball. 5 balls, 1 strike to start off this outing for Abernathy. Here comes the 1-0. Again works inside, almost gets past Felix. He does good work to keep it in front of him. Count it 2-0 though. Otters just cannot catch a break, I guess, when it comes to their bullpen pitching on the road especially. That's where it struggled. The 2-0 called strike 2. Pretty small lead over there at first for Chris Ruiz. Probably not going to see him take the chance of stealing bases with the game being where it's at. Big swinging strike 2 from Nick Odo. Brady Tedesco ends up giving up 4 runs on 1 hit and 3 walks. Didn't even recover 1 out. Tough outing for him. The 2-2 to Odo. He half swings. Did he go? No, he did not, so the count's full. Tyler Spring ends the day with 1 run on 2 hits and 1 inning of work, struck out 1. But did not walk anyone. Otters have to find a way to get this bullpen to be more consistent on the road. Ball 4 allows Odo to reach first, and for the second straight inning, the first 2 have reached base. This time they're both on walks by Abernathy. So that will bring up Thomas DeBonville. He chops one towards the right side, but foul. Another arm is warming up for the Otters now. It's Joe Riley out there. The fact that we could see Logan Sawyer come in to pitch for a save in a game that was 11-2 is exactly why I will always fight individuals who say that there is bad sportsmanship in running up the score in baseball. It's just that type of game. The 0-1 to DeBonville. Sent right back up the middle. Gets past Armstrong. Steps on second for 1. To second for the second one. Oh, man. Armstrong got lucky there. He picked up the ball with his right foot already on second. Then he fired to first for the second out, and that is a very important double play. A 4-3 GIDP allows Ruiz to reach third, but now there's 2 outs. But yeah, like I said, baseball is so much different than so many other sports, and the fact that, as cliche as it sounds, you have to give the other guy a chance. In just about every other sport, there's ways you can run clock out. Even if it's not by a ton, you can do some things to run it out. In baseball, you can't run the other team out of outs. Every team that shows up to the ballpark is guaranteed at least 27 of them. And see, that's the big difference. 0-1 to Alec Craig. Works way inside. I think it might have hit Craig. It did. It hit him on the ankle. He's a little limping, or limping just a little, yeah, on that left ankle. Now it looks to be good, though. The first couple of steps had a limp to him, but looks good to go now. And he'll jog down to first, so everything's all good. That's good to see. This is what I'm saying. I mean, you know the other team's going to get this opportunity, so a 9-run lead against one of the best teams in Frontier League history is obviously not safe. I mean, this is a team fresh off a Frontier League championship in a position that they could do it again with the success they're already having this year. Dawson half swings at one. No, he did not go, they say. So it's ball 1. 2 outs. Runners on the corners for Schaumburg. At this point, the Otters are just praying they can find any way to get these last 4 outs and end the game. The 1-0 to Chase Dawson. High, outside, ball 2. And the Otters pitcher is still struggling to find the strike zone. Craig on first. Ruiz on third. Chase Dawson at the plate. The 2-0. Sent towards Armstrong on 2 hops. He throws to first in time, and the inning ends. Scary there as Schaumburg threatens a little bit, but not enough to score a run. After 8 complete innings, it's Otters 11, Boomers 7. We head to the final inning of play. Anything can happen in this game, so you don't want to go anywhere. Ready to go in the top of the 9th inning. Juan Pichardo hangs in the game for Schaumburg. Starting off the half inning will be Miles Gordon, and every time it's been Gordon, Biermann, Baez due up in an inning. They have done magnificent things when all three of them get a chance to work back to back to back. First offering to Gordon's a called strike 1 on the inside edge. The 0-1 set on the line down the right field line, but it is just foul. Looks like Logan Sawyer could be readying down there in the pen. It's either him or Joe Riley. The 0-2 to Gordon. Bites on the low outside pitch and sits down on the strikeout for the first time today. That'll bring up the first baseman, Zach Biermann, who's 2 for 4, scoring every time he's been on base. Looking for a third base hit in this one. His first offering. Right back up the middle through the legs of Pichardo, and Biermann has himself another base hit. I tell you what, that thing was shot right back up the middle. That'll bring up the left fielder, Jeffrey Baez, who is looking for his 5th base hit of the game. If he did it, it would be the most hits in a single game for the Otters this season. Seems to be ready on the mound is Pichardo. Here comes the opening pitch to Baez. Lifts it high and foul and out of play over the seating area and towards the parking lot. Otters and Boomers do battle once more tomorrow. First pitch, 6:30 here on the Otters Digital Network. We'll have the pregame show at 6:20. 0-1 to Baez. Dribbles away from the catcher Ruiz, but not far enough that Biermann can advance on it. So the count remains 1-1. Crowd has dissipated pretty evenly throughout the game. So we have passed the 3.5, or right at the 3.5 hour mark now. This game past 10 o'clock. Not a surprise on a Tuesday night. The 1-1 to Baez. That works inside, but catches the edge of the zone for strike two. Count as 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here comes the 1-2 to Baez. Pushes it out towards right field. Chasing back towards it is Hardy. Towards the warning track. Did he catch it? He did! Oh, my. And now that the umpire in right field changed his out call to a home run call. So Baez gets a hit, a 2-run home run. He punched the air with an out originally and then started wiggling his finger around for a home run. Fooled just about all of us in here. But Baez is going to get the second home run of the game for the Otters, give him some insurance, and the lead is back to 6 now. What a weird situation there. I thought for sure that had been caught out there with the way that umpire gave that call. Instead, it's a 2-run home run for the big man, Jeffrey Baez. And that is the first 5-hit game of the season for the Otters. Rightfully so, it belongs to Jeffrey Baez. Justin Felix is going to get a chance in this game after checking in to catch for Dakota Phillips. Starts off with a 1-1 count after taking a couple of pitches back to back. The 1-1 to Felix. Laces one down the left field line, but just foul. Oh boy, he got a hold of that. So the count falls to 1-2 for Justin Felix. Here comes the 1-2. Swinging strike 3. Felix sits down with a K on his only at bat of the game. And it's the third strikeout of the game for Juan Pichardo. That'll bring up Elijah Mcnamee, who is the only Otter in the starting 9 who has yet to get a base hit in this game. Probably didn't think he was going to get a 6th opportunity at the plate. First option for him. Pushes it to the right side. It's going to end up on the berm in the right field area. Foul. Oh, almost had a great catch by a young fan out there. Slipped up on the berm, however. Counts at 0-1 for Elijah Mcnamee. Here comes the 0-1. Hefty swing from Mcnamee, and the Otters are down to their last strike in this top of the 9th inning. Mac steps back in. Here comes the 0-2. Swings on a pitch that breaks outside the zone. He'll just let him toss down to first on the drop third strike. And back-to-back Ks is how this inning ends. Otters score 2 on the big, booming 2-run home run from Jeffrey Baez. We head to the bottom half of the 9th inning with the Otters ahead 13-7. We head to the bottom of the ninth inning, and Max Peterson and the Otters are going to take no chances. They're bringing in the Frontier League's best closer, Logan Sawyer, to pick up these last 3 outs, even though it's not a save situation. They want to just make sure they get the 3, get to head back to the hotel with a win to start this series. Logan Sawyer has really set the benchmark when it comes to those saves in this league so far this year. He's so far first with 9 of them entering the game today. This not a save situation, however. They're just asking him to come put him down 1, 2, 3. Sam Claycamp, Matt Botcher, and Clint Hardy looking to come up this inning. First option from Logan Sawyer. On the way, 95, strike 1. Infield played pretty wide on both sides of Sawyer. Outfield pretty much straight up. 0-1 to Claycamp. Strike 2 called. Sawyer zoomed another one past. Claycamp checked into the game in the middle of this game. His first at bat in the game in that last half, or in the 7th inning, he was able to pick up a base hit. Sawyer misses high and in. 96 he got on that one. But the count's at 1-2. See what he options to go with on the next pitch. If he keeps it with the heater or goes off speed. 1-2 the count towards Sam Claycamp. Right back on that outside half of the plate. Went back out there after spending the last couple pitches on the inside. That one was slowed down a little bit and almost caught Claycamp napping. But the count's at 2-2 now. Sawyer catches him swinging and missing. And the first batter that Sawyer faces sits down with a K. So that will bring up Matt Butcher. Has a single, a walk, a ground out, and a fly out so far in this game. A couple of free passes for him too, a stolen base and a balk in this game. First option to him. Catches right at the elbows for a called strike 1, 95. Not often you're going to see Sawyer throw a true fastball that gets anywhere underneath 93 at this stage in the season. He has really found his groove and is becoming a very hard pitcher to even try to swing against. And there he catches Butcher swinging through a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. He's down 0-2 in the count. The 0-2 count for Matt Butcher. The 0-2 from Sawyer. Sent bouncing towards Armstrong at second. Takes a weird hop, but he gets to first in time for out number 2. He made a really hard play look really easy there. So the last hope for the Boomers will be Clint Hardy, who's 0 for 4 in this game so far. And they'll rely on him to keep this game alive. Otters might have just added enough insurance in that 8th inning, or in that 9th inning, though, to put this one to bed. We will see, though. First offering for Hardy. Stays a bit low, ball 1. I think we've only seen one non-fastball in this half inning so far from Logan Sawyer. Even that was an 84, 85 mile an hour off speed. The 1-0 for Clint Hardy. Sawyer misses low outside. And I honestly can't remember the last time I saw Logan Sawyer down in a count 2-0. Readies himself on the mound, looks in to Felix behind the plate. And here comes the 2-0. That one catches the zone, maybe right at the belt on the outside edge. 2-1 the count. Sawyer just needs this out to end this game. The 2-1, this one's skied towards the left side. Home run if it's fair. Is it caught by Baez in the corner? It is. What a catch from Baez in the corner to end the game. And the Otters take almost the entire pitching staff to get it done, but they win this one 13-7. Man, took a ton to get it done, but they do. We'll take a quick break, and on the other side, we've got post-game stats and reaction. Evansville wins the series opener against Schaumburg 13-7. And for the final time this evening, I welcome you inside Wintrust Field here in Schaumburg, Illinois, where, take a deep breath. The Evansville Otters finally get the win over Schaumburg. It felt like it took just about every member of this pitching staff, but they do finally get it done. Needed to bring in the closer, Logan Sawyer, even though it was a non-save situation for him. But they win this one 13-7. Like I mentioned, just about everyone got involved, but there were a couple that really stood out amongst the crowd, and those will be the ones we highlight real quick. First of all, Jeffrey Baez, 5 for 5 with 5 hits and a hit by pitch. He scored on 3 of those occurrences, picked up 3 RBIs in this game. That is a big day for Jeffrey Baez. That might be what he needed to really kick his season back into gear. A couple others worth noting. Steven Sinsley went 2 for 4 with a 3-run home run. Zach Biermann, 3 for 5 with 3 base hits and a walk. He scored in all 4 occurrences as well. Man, Zach Biermann has become, hands down, the league's best hitter right now. So consistent, so clutch. A lot of fun to watch him in these recent games, really. I mean, it's just been easy to watch baseball. If I'm not mistaken, it sounds like the win should be going to Parker Brahms. They are waiting to confirm that right now. Have to work through all of the math. No, there won't be a save. We know that. And the loss will go to Shunpai Yoshikawa. Worth noting around the league is that there have been a couple of games that have some things to do with this one. The most one being that Joliet wins 13-4 over Washington, giving the Otters sole possession of first place. Now, of course, it doesn't mean too much with where we're at right now in the season, but they will absolutely take an opportunity to be in first place at any point in the season. They just got to keep it going. They will finish this series tomorrow. A quick 2-game set against the Schaumburg Boomers in a 3-game set and a two-game set in a 2-night period, just long enough to get here, get the 2 games, and get home. It's in order to make sure that they had room for the Otters 4-game set against Gateway in a couple of weeks. That's what caused the confusion that I know that was there as well. Florence on the road picks up a 7-6 win at Gateway. That is a big win for them. Windy City and Lake Erie are tied at 5 as they head to the 8th inning. Quebec wins 5-3 over New York. Sussex County wins 8-6 over Empire State. New Jersey wins 7-6 over Tri-City in 10 innings. And Trois-Rivières beats Ottawa on the road 11-8. A good day of Frontier League baseball, and we'll get to do it all again once more tomorrow night as Schaumburg and Evansville take each other on in the series finale between these two. Don't worry, the two will face off once again in just a few weeks on July 5th, 6th, and 7th back at Evansville. That'll be the first full 3-game set for these two teams this year. Again, the Otters win this one 13-7 behind the really strong start from Parker Brahms, who gives up just 2 runs on 5 hits in his 6 innings of work. Some rough middle innings by Brady Tedesco and Tyler Spring will not be enough to hurt the Otters, and they end up winning this one 13-7 and take game 1 of this series. We will talk to everyone tomorrow as the two face off one final time this week before the Otters head back home to host Lake Erie for 3 games. For all of us here at the Evansville Otters, I'm Matthew Will. Thanks for tuning in for another edition of Evansville Otters Baseball on the Otters Digital Network. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow at 6:20 p.m. for pregame between Schaumburg and Evansville. Enjoy the rest of your night.